Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Sydney Dragway, and welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. It's Stewie the Pocket Rocket up here in commentary this evening, and joining me in commentary, the one and the only Mr. Stephen Bush. How are you, Bushman?
I'm well, thank you, Stewie. How are you tonight?
Mate, I'm pretty excited. We've got a huge amount of cars out the back, and some of them, Steve, are pretty damn quick.
Yes, we do have a notice that this evening driving in. There's a good selection of all sorts of makes and models out there, and of course tonight will only get better, obviously, as we people finish work and head out here to Sydney Dragway, get some runs down the quarter mile here today. And don't forget, if you do have a friend that's been talking about it, get on the socials, get on the text, or just ring them and say, get on out here. Because Stewie and I love talking about new cars, new personalities, and not sure if Stewie will get down there tonight with his roaming mic and have a few words to some of our racers.
I'm going to try to, Steve, because we've got some pretty serious cars that aren't even in the lanes yet. They're all sitting out the back at the moment. There's a very quick-looking GTR out the back from B2R. It's sitting out the back. We've got the F truck here tonight. It's got the twin turbo motor in it with a big set of radials on the rear end of it. Yes. Joe Sabello, welcome Joe. Of course, I mentioned Joe from the Burnouts on Thursday. There's a young lady by the name of Kaylin who comes out, and she's here just about every Wednesday night, and Joe Sabello is her favourite racer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. It's always nice. There's your F truck coming into the staging lanes now. I dare say to go round up to get into scrutineering. There's plenty of bikes here once again tonight, which is always fantastic to see. I know the majority of you come from the Sydney Random Riders, so welcome once again to Sydney Dragway to all the members of that group, and of course the individuals that aren't part of Sydney Random Rides. It's always good to have the bikes here on a Wednesday night, of course brought to us by Aeroflow.
Yeah, Brett Cobbing's here tonight, I noticed.
Yes.
And he's here on the Widowmaker, and looks like he's got a partner in crime tonight, Steve, because there was an orange one sitting behind his bike.
I think it's his brother.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so of course Day of the Drag's coming up in a little over, not this weekend, but next weekend. So Brett would be eligible to race in, I think, vintage bike if he chooses to. With his motorcycle. Of course, Day of the Drag's a nostalgia-themed event, more catered towards older vehicles and older motorcycles as well. So usually a pretty casual day of racing, but lots of cars that we don't normally see here at Sydney Dragway on a regular basis. So that's the 9th of March, I think, is the date.
Well, I just had a chat to this driver of the new WRX, which is down here in the Aeroflow lane, Carl. And the gentleman was telling me this is like the TS, so it's basically like an STI version of what's current model. But I was asking him about the rear wing. Now, just looking at the car, I thought that had come from Subaru. Yep. But apparently Subaru do not make a rear wing for that car. So that one is...
wow.
It's
part of a body kit, aftermarket.
Yeah, it's all aftermarket. And, I had a look at it, and it fits so well. It's just... It looks like it's literally just come from the factory.
So is that's a 24 model, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's a 24 model. Yeah,
okay.
It's automatic. As you said to me, I would have preferred manual, but I couldn't get this model in manual, so I've got auto. But, no, he's out here tonight having a bit of fun.
In reality, it's probably quicker down the quarter in the automatic.
Probably is,
depending if it's a dual clutch type arrangement or more your I think most cars have that. Have the dual clutch type arrangement nowadays. Gone to the traditional automatic gearbox, but a pair of Falcons doing battle down the racetrack here at the moment. Of course, if we get the required number of cars, we will be having our reaction time prize money, and hopefully we can reach that. We got so close last week, just missed out by a few entries, and so we're looking for a really low reaction time. Of course, 000 is perfect, and if you can bank one of them pretty early, if we get the required number of cars, you're guaranteed to take home something, I dare say.
Well, we've got Brian out there now in the Commodore. This is one of the Area 51 prepared Commodores, and he's taking on the R35 GTR. Don't forget, coming up here at Sydney Dragway, not too far away either, is the GTR Challenge. Of course, brought to you by Motive DVD. It's a huge event. If you love Skylines or Nismo in general, make sure you put that one in your diary. The R35, nice run down the Aeroflow lane, goes an 11.22 to a 13.05 for Brian in the Commodore.
Yeah, good pass from both races. And that Skyline doing everything it should, straight down the centre of the lane. Next up, we've got Sammy Joe in the Commodore sedan, taking on the black utility over there in the Rocket lane. Sammy's out here getting some practice, of course, for the next round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship a little bit later on this month. This car manually shifted. She ran a number of O lights last week. There's another one, O41. So she's certainly getting the eye in on that Christmas tree.
I'd like to welcome everybody who's tuned in via Facebook or YouTube, wherever you are from around the world. Hope you're strapped in and ready to watch some fantastic racing here this evening at Aeroflow Race for Real. Steve and I will bring you all the action, all the pictures, come courtesy of Ben in our production area. Now, here's one car I haven't seen for a little while, the nitrous-assisted Falcon, Triple H 408, taking on the VF Senator.
Yeah, from memory, the Falcon pretty quick down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, it's always a little bit faster when you put the nitrous on it.
Oh, yeah.
Those 165 to the 60. The Falcon out in front at the moment. And I dare say we'll stay that way, Stu.
Yeah. At the 11:38 there for the Falcon. Apparently, Gusman Steve has got his stack hat on.
Okay.
So he's tuned in, he's got his stack hat on, and he's watching the live stream.
Nothing like getting yourself in the what's the word?
In the zone.
In the zone, yes.
Well, King 393 is here tonight. He's taking on the Statesman. Now, I was down in the pits earlier, and there's an XE that somebody was taking off a trailer. However, It doesn't sound like a V8.
I think that car was here last week or the week before. I think it's got a Barra in it, I think, yeah.
It sounds very nice.
Falcon away, sub 2 seconds to the 60 foot. There was a fair bit of wheel spin in that too. Definitely motoring at the top end. 11.51 with a 122 miles an hour. And the Statesman in the Aeroflow lane, a 14.0, I think it was.
We've got the EB Falcon down here in the Rocket lane taking on PSI XD.
Is this the Falcon you're talking about?
No, it's another one. This one's white and sounds like it's either got a Barra or an RB30 in it. At first I thought it was a rotary, but it's got that sport import sound to it. It sounds fantastic. Okay. Well, PSI XD 2.09 in the 60. It was a fairly soft launch, but just seeing what the track's doing. And running on through an 11.07.
Look at the speed though, Stu. 131 through the finish line. That's if that hooks up full noise, that would be somewhere around a low 10-second pass.
That's crazy. Well, we got Eden out there now, the proprietor of Area 51 Custom Performance, which is based out at Kemps Creek. It's great to see him out here this evening in the Caprice. Of course, he runs nitrous in this car.
Yeah, it's another one of our very regular races here at Sydney Dragway. This thing would have done quite a few miles up and down the racetrack and back around the return road.
Well, 2.08 in the 60 there for Eden. He is running the nitrous on this pass. It was a fairly decent purge. And goes in 11.09 with a 1 at 1.36. So it's definitely a step in the right direction.
That's a big speed. It was a little bit slow out of the hole at just under 2.1 seconds, but definitely got motoring at the top end.
What was that, Gus, man? Careful of that barra, Stewie. Don't want you to fall over. Oh. Thanks, Gus, man. That's why, Gus, man, you never put me on a fishing boat with a big fish hooked on the other end. All right, the Golden Holden. It is great to see it back here at Sydney Dragway, one of our favourite cars here on a Wednesday night.
Gets up and moves along, does the early Holden. 1.63 to the 60. And runs on through for an 11.18, 120 mile an hour through the finish line. I'll tell you what, the car in the other lane, 13.38 with a 7 at 106.
That's a good pass.
Not bad for the P-plater.
No. It is still pretty humid down here in Sydney.
Yes.
So, you know, a few of the cars are doing their best to at the moment, but obviously until it cools down a little bit and that humidity comes down. All right, we've got another Caprice out here doing a burnout. I think they've known Eden was coming out tonight, so everybody's brought the Caprices out.
Well, this will be the third one, I think, for tonight.
Absolutely.
Already, so.
Definitely. Taking on the Commodore Ute.
Of course, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway and you're out the back competing, don't be scared to ask questions if you've got them. All of our officials are generally in the blue polo shirt with the official, the word official printed on the back.
Yep.
We're all able to give you a little bit of advice what you need to do, or don't be scared to ask your fellow racer in the other lanes if you do have any questions. Better to ask now and then know what's going on.
Well, Joseph Bello eager to get his burnout done, but look, to all the competitors, guys, just make sure you keep an eye on our official in the water box. He will tell you when to come forward and then also when to start your burnout. So please do keep an eye on Chris. Don't just start your burnout. As Joe comes out now, as Steve mentioned, he's not running the supercharger at the moment. He's still running this engine in. He's taking on this beautiful looking LJ Tirana.
Yeah, it is a nice little car, actually. 0.45 on the tree for Joe. Sammy Joe's 4,000s in front of him at the minute.
Yeah.
And Joe runs through for an 11.65 at 118 to a 14.38 at 95 for the Tirana.
Now, this is a great little car, Steve. The little Gemini coming out now, taking on Mr. Capri, which in its own right is a beautiful car as well.
Now, looking at this car from the front, I wouldn't have pictured that it would require a parachute, but there is a parachute on the back.
However, he's left the parachute pin in the parachute, okay. Steve.
Taking on a very nice Capri in the other lane.
So you will have to pull the pin out of the parachute before you come through the tunnel. All right, Mr. Capri, it normally runs around the 10.7s to 10.8s. And this little Gemini, which is capable of, I believe, running into the 9s.
Well, I'll have to check this out. The entry form's selling it's a LS1 on board.
Oh, Mr. Capri, massive turn of the tyres there, Steve. Didn't help him.
Yeah, it did. It spun them out probably 150 feet or thereabouts off the start line. The Gemini, a lazy 1070 at 128 mile an hour through the finish line.
Go. All
Or
right.
it appeared lazy. I'll say that because we couldn't hear it.
That's exactly right. I'll tell you what, Steve, the Chrysler Centura coming out now. Now, of course, if you've been on Facebook this week, you would have, and you've been on Australian Drag and Memorabilia, there's been a couple of great photos put up of the Sarkis brothers.
Yes, there has actually.
Two Centuras, Agro 1 and Agro 3. And boy, hasn't that just exploded. The amount of people that are on that post going, where are the cars?
Yes.
Where are the boys? It's like, well, I don't know about Agro 3, but I can tell you Agro 1, I believe, is still in the shed. But a lot of people wanted to bring him back out. As the Centura turns the tyres off the start line, 1.45 in the 60, Steve.
Moved over towards the centre line on the hip, but straight down the racetrack after that goes 966 with a 0, 140 through the finish line. We know that Steve Sarkis has come out with the Sigma, hasn't he?
Sigma, yeah, that's his son's car.
He's raced that a few times at the Aeroflow race for real.
Yep.
And I believe that they also toyed with a Chevy Nova.
They did.
A silver Chevy Nova in, I don't think it was Pro Slam. I could be wrong. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I am working from memory and it was a while ago. But the Agro 1 and Agro 3, that would be 25-ish years ago,
at least,
I think. Yeah.
Well, Daniel Camilleri's got that car now.
Yeah, okay.
That car, the Sarkis brothers car. But no, it's amazing the amount of people that have come out from the old pro street days, and they're just like, where are these fantastic cars?
I think the a lot of those cars have certainly shaped what we see, not so much in street cars now, but even the quicker race prepped cars or the show scene even still, like we see these really, really tough registered cars with twin turbo. Of course, most people now either going big PSI blower or twin turbos, but you've got cars like you would have seen if you're talking about the same page. Joe Catelli's red LC on there. It was only yesterday I saw that, and I think the day before was Cal 400, wasn't it?
Yes,
Had the
that's right, Daniel Callahan.
Mark Brews. PSI supercharged small block in it with the blower and the injector hat was probably bigger than the engine. But,
that's right.
But that thing ran so hard. And so did Joe's car. And I remember seeing that. That was before this venue was built and was running across the road. I don't know specifics of the car, but certainly remember seeing it race.
Yeah.
The memory's a good thing sometimes, Stu.
Oh, they are.
Yep. That's another one there. Ben, you just mentioned Mark Hayes' original turquoise blue big block nitrous car. That, of course, the predecessor to the even bigger block, more nitrous car that we see racing now. Of course, into our motorcycles here tonight for their first round.
Yeah, it's great to see Casper back tonight on the Hayabusa. Been a little while since we've seen him here, but we welcome all our bike riders. And, of course, last week, Sydney Random Rides had a massive turnout last week. A lot of people, it was their first time drag racing, and they loved it.
Yes.
It was a good opportunity for them to experience what it's like on the quarter mile.
Fantastic to see. Of course, that's what tonight is all about, is introducing people into the sport of drag racing. If you do like what you like what happens and want to give the full experience of drag racing a crack, and that is with dial-ins and handicap racing. If you at this level, we offer 2 categories at our monthly New South Wales Track Championship Series, of course brought to us by Speed Addict Clothing Co. If you drive a car that is Street Fighter, doesn't have to be anything special, can be your street car. We have people run anywhere from, I think, around 13 seconds up to somewhere around the 20-second mark. There's a couple of cars that run around the 20-second mark. Just as competitive as each other. It's not all about the time. It's all about being consistent, getting a nice reaction time, and running on the dial-in.
Well, Steve, we've got the first of the Widowmakers out there now in the Aeroflow lane. It's not Brett copping. Brett's just sitting there patiently, but it's the sister bike.
I'm pretty sure it's his brother is actually racing this one. The license number is 1 digit different.
Yep. Well, here comes Brett now on the Suzuki GT750, 738 cc's, it says on our screen. But this is one very, very quick bike. And it's great to see the team out here tonight as well,
yes,
with both bikes.
He doesn't look super comfortable on this bike, does he?
No.
Sort of just watching him adjust himself, because he's obviously got to use his 002 on the tree for Brett. What do I know? He's obviously pretty comfortable, but yeah, holding onto that thing to a 1.6 60 foot with virtually no aid through the body, because it's just a bench seat effectively. 10.24 with a 128 mile an hour. Thank you. With your you've got to use your knees and thighs to hang on to that.
It's unbelievable. That is an absolute credit there to Brett, and also the owner of the bike as well. Like, that's brilliant. And the bike beside him too, 144 miles an hour down the rocket lane. So look, if you're here at Sydney Dragway, guys, give Brett a call or a round of applause as he comes up return road. To everybody watching via YouTube and Facebook, I can tell you guys, we're very blessed here in Sydney to have, not only do we have a fantastic car scene here in Sydney, but we've also got a fantastic bike scene as well. And as you can see, we've got a great mix of bikes here tonight. Sports bikes, Harleys, Hayabusas. Vintage. You can't ask for anything more. And tonight, as Steve and I mentioned, it is pretty warm. It's been around 30, 31 degrees out here in Western Sydney today. And the humidity is pretty savage.
Yes, not ideal for optimum performance, I'll put it that way. But credit where credit's due. All of our races have come out this afternoon to have a crack at the quarter mile. And, of course, as it cools off, that humidity will drop, and hopefully racing conditions become a little bit more favourable. And we get some pretty good ETs for the races, because, we're out here racing each other, but more so ourselves, in trying to better our PBs and improve our performance, whether it's on via reaction time or the outright performance of the car.
Now, we've got one of my favourite cars here at Sydney Dragway on track now, Steve. I love this little Toyota Corolla. Now, I know I'm a bit of an import fan. I make no secret of the fact I love my imports. But, Steve, you know yourself, mate, when you've got a high horsepower motor in a tiny little car with very short wheelbase, I guess from a spectator's side of things, it's very exciting to watch. But being a driver, Steve, I guess because you have got such a short wheelbase and high horsepower, it really takes a lot of skill to get that car off the line and get that 60 at a perfect...
It sure does, Stu. I can see exactly what you're saying. I guess with a smaller car, the suspension setup is even more critical, because you have less time to make that correction, and the correction is often more dramatic, I guess you could say. Then you might need to go the other way, and then that starts to get very messy very quickly. And the walls almost become magnetic, unfortunately. But credit where credit's due. We've seen plenty of little cars like that race down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway, and there's people that do things in even smaller cars. Not that the wheelbase on the Corolla is very big. It's probably only 95 inches or thereabouts. There would only be a small number of cars that are smaller than it.
It's interesting too with the way it's got that car set up, Steve. It's got that very old school style. It sits very high in the rear.
It's got probably to fit the bigger tyre under the back, I dare say. But certainly it's got the stance happening with the front end down and the back up.
I guess weight shift to be very, very important in a car like that.
Yeah, I think it's that it's balanced as well.
Yeah. Well, the R33 out on track now, taking on the Falcon. Little turn of the tyres off the start line there for the Nissan.
Wow, yeah, it did boost low, didn't it, Ben? Wow, look at the speed of the top end, 126 through the finish line. Only a 13.7, but he went 2.6 to the 60. So biggest part of improvement for that car will be off the start line. Did come into stage with a lot of RPM, but when the clutch was dropped, it seemed to just bog.
Yeah.
And then it come alive at around about the 330 foot mark, which is the second of the timing blocks that you can see here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, the first one just in front of the Christmas tree. That's our 60 foot mark. That's our first timing mark, around about 18 metres from the start line, which you can see on our screen at the moment. The witches' hats, the orange, yellow witches' hats, sorry, are the starting beams.
Mountcar Mark said it's 37 here in my part of Melbourne. He said it's still 36 now.
Yeah, wow.
So that's why we call. So is that why, Mark, we call you guys Mexicans? You know, just merely asking because you come from Melbourne. So. Well, I know they get 4 seasons in one day, but yeah, well, okay, England then. All right. We love you tuning in, Mountcar Mark, and of course everybody that tunes in every event that we have here at Sydney Dragway. You guys make the night fun, as do all our races and our spectators that are up there. Speaking about spectators, I want to say big hello to Bryce Lucas, because Bryce is here tonight. He'll be skidding bankrupt a little bit later. And Shane's here as well. Shano, I hope in the future, mate, we see you back on the burnout pad, mate, because hey, I remember the good old days with the Mafia. Boy, did we have some great nights here at the track. But we've got plenty of burnout cars that will be coming up a little bit later. Chubba is in the house, so we'll see Chubba on the burnout pad a little bit later.
Chubba in the staging lanes already waiting. I saw it walk past that car in the scrutineering line earlier tonight. Pair of Utes doing battle on the quarter mile at the moment. Got the Hilux in the rocket lane, taking on the Falcon Ute in the Aero. And the Falcon 15:41. Tell you what, the Hilux did all right, 16:4.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Not a bad effort.
It's quicker than what I expected. I was thinking maybe a 17.5,
Yes.
17.1.
Well, I think that the driver was somewhat aggressive in the burnout, so I dare say that aggression continued on said gearbox, clutch and engine on the way down.
Well, the WRX now up against the R34. Tell you what, 1.74 in the 60 there for the Subi. I know it's 4-wheel drive, but that's still pretty impressive for that car.
That's motoring on pretty well at the top end too, Stu. 12 at 25 with a 6.113.
Now we're going to get interesting. We've got the big F truck down here, which has got a twin turbo underneath the bonnet of it. It's got a big set, and I'm in a big set of radials, and he's taking on this beautiful looking XE. And boy, doesn't that thing sound angry.
That's not the F truck that I'm thinking, unless it's the tonneau cover is covering the big wheel tubs. Because I remember there was one similar colour to that, but it had a carpeted back. The tubs were all covered in carpet.
Well, it's got some.
I'd be surprised if it's a different car. I mean,
it's
identical colour,
yep.
And it does have, as you say, a set of big tyres under the back of it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, this car also is twin turboed. It runs nitrous. But keep your eyes on this XE Falcon. Now, I don't know whether this thing's got a barra in it or if it's got like an RB in it, but it's definitely straight 6. And it sounds fat.
Standing up on the tyres on the wastegate at around about the 350 foot mark. Got to the 61.81. The F truck winds up at half track. He hits 120 through the finish line to a 16.9.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of RPM on both those cars and a lot of power. And I think, you know, if they can get those things sorted, we're going to see some quick times out of them later. Speaking about quick times, there's a couple of boys that are here this evening, Steve. They brought their blue VK here to the track, and
Yes.
the guys, you know, they haven't been up here for a little while. They were telling me last time they came up, not in that car, in another car, but they broke a tail shaft. But they're happy to be back, so they're looking forward to bringing the VK out a little bit later.
Yeah, because we don't like to see anybody break anything. No. These cars are people's pride and joy. They sink a lot of time, effort and money into them. But of course, in a sport of performance, we find the weak link, we fix that, and then we find the next one eventually, and generally make some improvements at the same time while we're there.
Well, I think a few races this evening. You know, we call it Race for Real, and it is effectively you are racing for real, but it's also about learning what your car likes and what it doesn't like.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of people that are playing around with air pressures. For example, I was speaking to Eden earlier. I was down in his car, and you know, he brought his rear tyres down to 18 psi.
Yes.
Now, some people might go, oh, I might have to take more air out of it.
Yep.
I might have to put more in. So there's a lot of testing, and that first pass is absolutely crucial for a lot of these races, just to, as Steve mentioned, what the car's doing in the first 60. The Sammy Joe comes out now.
Oh, she's got a bit aggressive this time. 275 red on the tree this time around. She will have to go nearly 000 to beat Brett. I think went 002, didn't he?
He did.
But a 1267 there for Sammy Joe, and a 1577 for the Falcon that was in the Aeroflow lane.
Now, guys, I know it's warm out there, but please keep your air conditioning off. Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. What a burnout from both cars.
What? I can't see them, Stu.
Well, I can see.
They're there.
Oh, I just can't see the other car. I'll tell you, we've got a lot of the Burnout family up the top there. I reckon they would have been pretty impressed with those burnouts, just quietly. Well, Brian out now with a .499 on the tree. 1.96 in the 60 this time for Brian.
Stayed pretty even all the way down, Stu. 1303 for the Rocket Lane, 101 mile an hour.
Yeah, good bracket car, that one. All right, R-Rated from R-Rated Motorsports is out. He's taking on King 393. One of our regular races here at Sydney Dragway as part of Aeroflow Race for Real.
I think the Falcon had a little bit of a pedal there off the start line, but it drives around the Commodore at around about half track, and 11:38, 122 for the Falcon to a 13:23 at 108.
All right, PSI XD having a run in the Rocket Lane this time. Well, 1.98 in the 60 this time for the big XD. The Caprice over the finishing line with a 14.00 to an 11.08. So everybody just starting to wick it up a little bit. Everyone's got that first run out the way. Now they're starting to work out what this track wants and what the car wants. As we've got Eden come out now in the Area 51 Custom Performance Caprice, and he's taking on this Falcon, which got a high comp sticker on the rear end of it. Of course, high comp, quite well known around the area for building some tough LSs.
Yeah, they've been around a long time, that Performance Workshop. It's good to see them still involved. I think they had their shop car was a Civic. Is that the same company?
I do remember that. I know they've got that yellow...
I'm talking a while ago. So
Yeah,
they might have got a new shop car.
Yeah, well, they had a Super Sedan they bought from Queensland a few years ago, and it was yellow. But I honestly, and they bought it as a roller and put one of their LSs in it. But having said that, I've not seen that car, Steve, for at least probably 2 years.
Yeah.
All right, the Maximum Shine mobile detailing ute is out there in the Rocket Lane. He's taking on the Black Falcon.
Veered away nicely, very close in the 60-foot times. And the margin stays around about the same all the way down, a 12.68 with a 4. But the Falcon a little bit quicker with a 12.30.
Now we've got this beautiful VR or VS Commodore down here in the rocket lane. This thing is super clean. He's taking on the big HSV VF. G'day, panel van man. How are you, mate? Good to welcome you to the live stream. And 11.46 there from you. That's a great pass.
Yes, was a good pass. 118 mile an hour through the finish line. 1.6 to the 60. I think anything sub 2, probably 1.8 seconds, I suppose, to the 60, I think is doing pretty good.
Especially in these conditions.
Well, I mean, of course, considering what we're racing, we see a modified dragster or something like that can be down 1.1, 1.2 second 60-foot time zone without too much drama. But of course, that is a completely different vehicle to what's racing here tonight.
Well, Don Baird out there now, Steve, in the Calais. Of course, Don's done plenty of racing over the years on 2 wheels, but more recently been out in his Calais racing it.
Yeah, he has done a little bit of work to this Calais. It's not as fast as the bike by any stretch, but probably a little bit more comfortable, and he's probably not as steamy as it would be if he was in the leathers right about
true.
now.
Oh, 0.011 off the tree. Well, he hasn't lost it. Doesn't matter if he's on 2 wheels or 4, Steve. That was a brilliant reaction time. And a 13.27, 106. That's a very, very good pass there for Donald Baird. To a 12.85 at 115. Just attention to all our racers that are out the back, guys. Well, I know it's pretty warm out there, but if you guys could please have your air conditioning off in the lanes, please. So if you're out in the staging lanes, guys, please keep your air conditioning off, because our starters, if they see something dripping, they have the right to tell you to reverse back and take your car back around the back, and you'll miss your run. So just bear in mind, guys, your air conditioning needs to be off. Now, this wagon came out of a trailer out the back. It's been down to Summernats and Power Cruise. And I'll tell you what, no slouch either. 1.92 in the 60.
Yeah, I think, and out of the throttle early, still runs at 11.59, 95 mile an hour through the finish line.
Wow.
Less than perfect pass there for the station wagon in the rocket lane.
All right, got the Sylvia down here with the big sticker, women in drifting. Well, women in motorsport, full stop, is fantastic. And there are some, we're lucky we've got a lot of tough racers in drag racing. And they're taking on the Golden Holden.
Holding a little bit loose in the back end off the start line, but eventually hooked up fully and on a march. 11.16 with a 4. 121 mile an hour through the finish line, and the Sylvia 14.66 with a 7. 83 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, just replying to DJ Prowse. Yeah, the burnouts last Thursday for Tyre Thrashing Thursday. It was a really good, solid night. And a big congratulations goes to Josh Howarth, who actually ended up winning the $500 Odyssey battery. And he, as I said, he won that on merit. Yep. Did a great skid, really good tip in, great use of the pad. And it was a really, really good night all round. But we've got some very good burnout cars here tonight as well. So the action's still going to be red hot on the burnout pad.
Yes, we often see things red hot on the burnout pad. Some of it not supposed to be quite so red
that's
hot.
exactly
but,
right.
Nothing like a little bit of carnage.
All right, Smoke and Joe Sabello out now in the Commodore, tuned by Rigoli Performance. Of course, Vince Rigoli in the team. And he's taking on this beautiful LJ. I'll tell you what, if Mark Thomas was here, I'd reckon he'd want to be driving that car, or at least riding in the passenger seat.
Well, he could do that, couldn't he? If he went and signed on and signed the piece of paper that allows him to do it and get the wristband. Of course, all he would need is covered shoes, long pants, long sleeve top, and be 18 years of age.
Yep.
And his driver not be a first timer. That's
right.
really all that's required.
Well, Joe goes an 11.51 on that pass. Now, bearing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, he's running only small tyres, as Steve alluded to last week, and also he's not running the supercharger as well on this car. But I'll tell you what, when he gets that thing hooked up, they get it sorted, it's going to be a weapon. Now, speaking about weapons, Caspar from Sydney Random Rides is out there now in the Aeroflow lane on board his Hayabusa. This thing is quick.
.037 on the tree for the rider in the rocket lane. The Hayabusa running away with it, Stu. 10.46 with an 144 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.75 at 104 in the rocket.
Well, I have seen Casper dip into the nines on that bike, but he hasn't raced for a little while, so probably just getting his eye back in.
Yeah, I think you're doing that sort of speed. 140 mile an hour is around about 220 clicks. That's fairly moving. You want to make sure you're feeling comfortable about what you're doing. 0.54 on the tree for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, the big ZX14, I think that is there in the Aeroflow lane, 10.33. On the subject of bikes, Steve, I've been catching up with a lot of the videos from Cycle Drag in the US. Jack does some great videos over there, and of course, you know, I love for all forms of drag racing, but I like to watch what's happening in America. And, it's the rider down there in the rocket lane gets a little bit untidy off the start line. I was just speaking to Rolly, who's one of our officials down in the down the pits, and I must admit, look, watching the high-powered top fuel bikes, and then of course the big nitro Harleys they got over there, I'm actually enjoying watching the a smaller class. When I say smaller displacement, the pro fuel Harleys.
The
carbureted
rather than the big cube stuff that's running 620s. What's the smaller cube stuff running on nitro, Stu?
Well, they're running 7s.
Yeah,
but
so it's still fairly quick.
That's still fairly quick, but you know, I actually really, because obviously they don't have, you know, they don't have the bang like the big nitro Harleys. They don't have the pull like the full top fuel bikes.
Yeah, they don't have the torque that the bigger cube stuff has.
But I've got to say, they are so exciting to watch. You know, they go A to B, A to B, A to B consistently. And, you know, I understand in the US they've got a much bigger amount of drag races than we do here in Australia. But when you got a group of them together and actually in their own bracket and they're racing each other, the racing is fantastic. It really is top notch.
And that's what you want to see, isn't it? Like you want to see close racing and you know the vehicles running without a mechanical issue. You know, I mean, I know the top fuel motorcycles are usually pretty good on a whole. But you know, the more that you add to the vehicle to make it go quicker, the more chances there is of something not being right. You're either making too much horsepower for the track condition, or you break something, or something doesn't quite work as it's expected, and then that aborts the run.
Yeah.
Or it might just push the bike too far over to the wall, or too far to the center line, or whatever. And as we both know, fixed things will all, you know, when I say fix things, the concrete will win every time on a
That's
motorcycle.
exactly right.
And, I don't blame the riders for going, you know what, I'm out of this deal, and roll out of the throttle and come back again.
But what's interesting about it, and I just what I was saying to Rolly, is that you look at a lot of the riders that ride these nitro bikes, and, I know I shouldn't really compare a Pro Fuel bike to a big banger nitro Harley or even a Top Fuel motorcycle. But a lot of the racers in Pro Fuel, they're not big guys.
Yes.
They're about the same size as a guy that would run a Pro Stock bike. They're average size. They're not real big guys to be able to have to manhandle the bike. And it's a really interesting form of racing. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you get the chance, if you're not doing anything, guys, do check out Cycle Drag on YouTube and check out some of the fantastic racing that they have over in the US. And I really hope in the future that Cycle Drag can make their way back here to Australia and start covering some of our stuff as well.
That'd be fantastic to see. I was just trying to find something that our good friend Rusty posted on his Facebook page, and it was to do with motorcycles. That's why I've frantically trying to find it. And I probably should have looked before I said anything.
That's all right.
I can hear that bus backing up right now.
Yeah. Well, of course, the closest bike we have here in Australia, which I believe is still running too, is a bike from WA. It's one of our racers. His name is Les Holden. That's about the most closest bike we've got. Well, I actually think it is actually a Pro Fuel bike. So, whilst it's not as quick as, say, something like, I don't know, for example, like the Donini Hot Shots Harleys, he's running consistently. And sometimes in motorsport, and particularly at that level, if you can get your bike to run A to B,
yes,
you can run that 7-second pass. There's no reason why you either can't be leading a championship or even win a championship. Graham Morrell is a rider that comes to mind.
With any consistency, Stuart, it gives you something to build on.
That's right.
And that's the thing that so many racers find, but there's a lot that don't find it. And once you have that consistency, you can say, okay, on this run, I'm going to... You're talking about tyre pressures.
Yeah.
Something as simple as that. I'm going to either increase or decrease the tyre pressure.
Yep.
Whichever way you go, it's either going to improve...
Yep.
Or hinder you, or be the same.
That's right.
Now, obviously, if it's an improvement, you're moving in the right direction, aren't you?
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
And if you're lucky enough to be patient and only change one thing at a time, then you know that the change that you're making is moving in the right direction, given that those race conditions. Because obviously, something like that may not work in a different track condition.
That's right.
For example, it's not always about making bulk horsepower with a car. It's actually how you get it down to the ground and how you tune your car suspension, clutch or engine to manage that horsepower. Of course, we see plenty of cars here at all levels of drag racing that produce way more horsepower than what the track can handle, and it's all about managing that horsepower to get it down to the racetrack, then running it through all the transmission and tyres, etc., all the way down the quarter mile to hopefully get a good time. As we see our friend in the Gulf there, 10.94 with a 129 mile an hour. His quickest pass of the night by a long way, I think. But it's fantastic to see racers reach that benchmark and then move forward from there. Yes,
of course, the Bonwick and Antoniazzo racing team. Of course, Craig Bonwick on the LA Cycles Nitro Harley.
Yes.
Because that was a bike that used to come out fairly regularly here in Australia. And, hey, Craig knew how to ride too.
Yes.
Very, very good rider in his own right. As the Skyline gets a little bit sideways off the line there, Steve. He was pointing right towards the 60-foot mark. Yeah, we miss you racing, Craig. You were definitely one of the top... in my eyes, and I haven't been around drag racing for as long as Steve and a lot of the other guys have, but I can tell you, mate, from what I've seen of the racing in the past, you're one of the top back in the day when it came to racing nitro here in Australia, and there's not a lot of people that have done it.
No, there's a very select few people that have done
right.
nitro racing in certainly on motorcycles.
Yeah.
Without being disrespectful, a special breed. There's certainly an air of confidence of people that decide to do that. I'm not one of those, but there's certainly some characters in that category, and there's Benny Stevens from Perth is certainly one of them at the moment. He's showing that there is no reason why anybody can't do it.
Yeah.
The guy's an amputee, and he runs 620s all day long.
Yeah.
Most runs that I've seen him do at the bend has carried the front wheel from start line to finish line and only putting it down when he gets out of the throttle. And when I say carry the front wheel, it's half a metre off the ground. It's not skimming across the surface. The thing is well and truly on the back tyre, on the wheelie bar, the whole quarter mile.
It's like Mark Drew. I mean, I still to this day, I rate Mark at this current point in time. Now that Chris Matheson is retired, but I would put Mark Drew as the #1 top fuel bike rider in the country at this point in time. All right, the Mazda 6 MPS is back again this week.
Yeah, that car was here last week, wasn't it?
Yes, he was here last week, and we got the young fella down there in his ute. Well, Bad Daddy just said, Steve, back in the day we had Bobby Webster with his 3-engined Norton motorcycle.
3 engines on it?
3-engined Norton. Okay.
Okay. That sounds like there's too many there. Too many headaches, but
each to their own.
They're probably like 1.3 litres an engine, big single cylinder. Wow. Yeah, wow.
Wow.
I don't know if you can hear Ben through our mics. He's just mentioning there is a fellow in the UK that uses a 2-cylinder radial engine that's, what did you say? 5 litres and it's 2 cylinders. Yep.
That's nuts.
Torque monster.
That is nuts. Well, tell you what, little Corolla goes to 13.18, 105 miles an hour. The Falcon goes to 1600. There's another FG Falcon comes out. This one's a 6. And taking on the P-plater with his 6. Oh, sorry, Bad Daddy goes 3 Norton engine rail. He also ran one of the first 350 Chev bikes. Yeah, right.
Okay, well, there's been a few people running the small block Chevy in motorcycles. So it goes back to the Michigan Madman as one of the first that I remember seeing photos of.
Wow.
And that was an injected 320, well, it wasn't a small block, but it was injected 327, I think. Now, he had all sorts of weird and wonderful toys. Promoter's dream, I'd say, because everything he did was pretty out there. And of course, back in the day when they didn't do burnouts and smoked the rear tyre from the start line to the finish line.
Wow. That's nuts. I got this very tough WRX coming out now in the Aeroflow lane. Got off the line like a slingshot. A little bit slower this time in the Aeroflow lane. Still goes 1.87 in the 60. But he's drifting towards the centre line, which is not really where you want to be. And he goes at 12.18 at a 120. As we got the Toyota Corolla coming out now in the Aeroflow lane. And he's taking on this very, very well-presented BMW. This BMW M3, I believe it is, down here. This thing looks nice. We got the little Toyota Corolla down here. Good to see the P-Plate are doing it the right way and having a crack. Great to see a few Golfs here tonight as well. We've already had one of our 10-second brigade make out, and of course that's one of the Parkatech prepared cars. And boy, don't those guys know their stuff when it comes to Volkswagens. Well, the BMW, big spin of the tyres off the start line. He goes to 14.32 at a 100 miles per hour to a 16.80 there for the little Corolla as the R34 Skyline comes out now. He's going to be taking on the Golf. Well, the Golf out with the 1.97 in the 60. Nice and straight down the rocket lane. 13.00 with a 7. That's a really good pass from him. Not far off cracking in the 12. So we've got another tough Volkswagen coming out in the rocket lane and taking on this very tough XE. Tell you what, that thing sounds tough. I mean, it's one thing up here in the studio when I've got the cans on, but tell you what, I'd half tempted to get the microphone and just stand down in the centre of the track and give my eardrums a little bit of a workout listening to that thing. Of course, Jamboree is not too far off either here at Sydney Dragway. We've got some of the toughest import cars in the country will be making their way out here to Sydney Dragway. And of course, we've got the big match race between the two quickest and fastest RB30s in the country. Of course, it's Matook's Racing in the Don, and they're going to be taking on Zeus, Rob Marjan from Croydon Racing Development. Now, this XE has staged on an angle, pointing towards the 330 foot mark, as the Golf gets off the line with a 1.93, just moving out of the groove slightly. Here goes the XE. Little spin of the tyres there from about 90 foot out. He's on the brakes before the finishing line and he goes 12.34. But 1.84 in the 60 there this time. And a good 12.83 there from the Golf. Yeah, I totally agree with the Escort. I love the Jamboree events as well. It's going to be an awesome, awesome event. Chris Diggles and the team will be coming down for commentary. And boy, do we have some tough imports making their way out here to Sydney Dragway as well. All right, Sammy Jo back out now in her Commodore. And taking on the straight 6 Falcon. Well, Sammy Jo goes 2.03 in the 60 this time. Nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane for Sammy. And a 12.59, 115. Great pass there from Sammy Jo. And a 15.07 there for the driver in the Falcon. That's a good pass from that driver as well. As Brian is about to come out now in the Commodore. Running low 13s consistently in this car. He's taking on the SS Commodore. Hey, Pedal Van Man, how you doing, buddy?
I think Brian's getting into his burnouts.
I think so. Well, just that driver up the return road in the Golf. Just slow it down a bit, buddy. There is a speed limit there.
Brian moved into full stage. He's got both white lights on at the top of the tree.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane, massive turn of the tyres, a little bit untidy in the first 60 foot of the racetrack. Brian out in front and goes 12.99 with a 7 at 222 miles per hour.
But that's not correct, Stu. I think there's an issue with the speed there. But yeah, those cars are very, very close on the ET through the finish line.
That would have to be close to a PB there for Brian. Oh, we got PSI XD. Sorry, it's not PSI XD. The 393 Falcon down there in the rocket lane taking on this Ute. Shane, I do apologise, buddy. I've just seen your message that you sent me. Yes, the Mang Bang is in the house. The royalty of Mangers here at Sydney Dragway, as we affectionately call the V6 Commodores. We missed the Mang Bang. We need to get it back on the Burnout pad. As R-rated comes out now against this the Triple H Falcon, which moving around a lot. Fair bit of tyre spin out of it as well, but looks like it's not on a bad pass. Goes 10.5, 1 at 130 miles an hour. But I'll tell you what, there's still a lot left in that Falcon. There's a fair bit of movement coming out of it till 330 foot out. Track crew just having a quick look at the track. It did move around a fair bit. Brian coming up the return road, 12.99. Brian, well done, mate. Well, guys, just going to throw to some ads, and we'll be back here very, very soon at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannon's on 134646.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Well, welcome back to Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway on this beautiful Wednesday night. We've got PSI XD coming out now in the rocket lane. He goes 1.97 in the 60. This is one super consistent car, though he's on the brakes, surprisingly. just after half track, runs on through an 11.82 at 91. So there's a fair bit left in that car. But as Steve mentioned, you can go as quick as you want, but you've got to put the power to the ground. And I think maybe he's doing a little bit of testing tonight, which is great. Now, the Sensible Streamer said the racers are using special tyres. Well, yes and no, Sensible Streamer. Here on a Wednesday night, not a lot of cars run slicks. Most of the cars here run either standard street tyres or they run the Mickey Thompson ET Streets. Occasionally, we've got a few cars here tonight that will run the radial on the rear end. But for the most part, majority of our races are running standard street tyres.
Yeah, probably typically a performance type street tyre. You're not going to get them out here on your L Super Cheapo type tyre because you just won't get any traction. But certainly the radial ET Street is a pretty popular choice. Yeah. Through availability in a lot of cases as well.
And just see one of our crew down at the end of the quarter mile in the rocket lane, just having a quick look. Make sure it's safe to go down. Now, we got that orange Falcon stopped on the return road. Was moving around a fair bit, but as I said to Ben off mic, to me, it didn't look like it was leaking something. It was just purely looked like just pure horsepower in the first quarter of the track while it was moving around so much.
Of course that's what it is, Stu. It's a Ford, mate.
Yeah.
All right. Ha 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 ha.
You got me, Steve. You got me this time. I'll pay that one.
I normally don't go down the line of
no,
Ford
I know you don't.
Ford versus Holden, whatever it might be, because as I've grown older, my eyes have horizons have widened.
Okay, so Michael just messaged me and said he threw a belt. So that's probably why. Well, thank you very much, Michael, who's one of our officials here at the track. Thank you, Michael, because we can't see that sometimes from up here in the studio. Well, hopefully we can get another belt.
I have a feeling that one of those cars is turbocharged. Or is it the Maloo?
I think it's the Maloo.
Would be supercharged?
Might be supercharged, yeah. Well, the maximum shine mobile detailing ute in the Aeroflow lane, he goes at 12.51, but 10.47 at 1.35. Wow, that is hauling.
Yeah, 1.8 to the 60, so still fairly soft off the start line, but gets motoring at the top end.
All right, the VS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, who's been doing some super good passes all night. But to tell you what, he's up against Donald Baird in his Calais. Well, 006 on the tree there from...
What was his other light? Was an 040 something, wasn't it?
040 something, yeah. But the VS, an 11.46. Don Baird running on through with a 13.26 there in his Commodore. As we got SS Jet about to come out in the Aeroflow lane. He's taking on the VL. I'd like to welcome Jet Black to the live stream. G'day, Jet Black. Like to welcome all our spectators as well that have come here to Sydney Dragway this evening. I'll tell you what, guys, it's you've come on a good night. We've got some really good quality cars here this evening. And we've got a lot of bikes that have turned up as well.
We do. Another good strong showing from the motorcycles. And a good variety of stuff too. There's some Euro cars in the staging lanes. There's some good old Australian muscle. There's older cars with had engine transplants of quite substantial upgrades in horsepower. V8s put in them rather than the four-cylinder that they came out with. There's plenty of variety here.
Now we've just got the red lights flashing at the moment, so I'm not quite sure
can't-
what's happening there. I can see our starter just having a quick chat with something, so maybe there might be something down in the deep end. Oh no, giving them fire up signal. So SS Jet. About to take on this VL Commodore. Now this VL looks fairly unassuming from up here. However,
Yes,
looks can be deceiving.
very much so.
And especially with Jamboree coming up, they generally tend to have a few VLs that come out of the woodwork for that event.
Well, it's showing the SS where to go at the moment, and it runs on through
Yeah.
for a 12.37 at 1:12. Nice clean pass. 1.97 to the 60 for the VL. 2.18 to the 64. The SS in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that was a really good run there from the VL. All right, the F truck is back out. Nitrous and twin turbo set up on this car. He's taking on the VF SS. Aim to get plenty of heat in that big set of radials he's got underneath the rear end of it.
I'm just wondering if the nitrous didn't work on the last pass, or it wasn't on, because it was very, very, I'll use the word doughy off the start line, very flat off the start line, where we can hear it literally up on the, there we go, 174 to the 60, which is very impressive considering how heavy this thing would be.
Yeah.
And out of it just before 1,000 foot, and he's going to roll to an 1150.
Wow.
57 at 73 mile an hour.
All right, got this wagon down here, which is pretty tough, and he's taking on the Sylvia. As I mentioned earlier, I saw this car come out of the trailer. It sounded super sweet. And look at that beautiful chassis twist out of it.
Yeah.
Gets out 1.66 to the 60.
Must be a early Holden thing, Stu.
Must be 11:01. 97.
Only 97 mile an hour out of that thing, well and truly, because 100 mile an hour is around about a 14-second pass on a good day.
Wow. All right, we've got one of the Team Karam Evos out here in the rocket lane. Now, speaking about Evos, I was on YouTube earlier this week, and look, if you follow Spanion on YouTube, of course, he just recently got an Evo 10. He just picked it up from ERS.
Yes.
Of course, those guys well known here for a very tough 8-second Evo that comes out here to race. And it's interesting. They're listening to the guy when he's explaining, you know, what he's done with the car.
Yeah.
And it was great to see the transparency from the owner. So if you've got an Evo and you're thinking about maybe getting some work done to it, definitely give the guy from ERS a call.
I think there's so many of these all-wheel drive cars from the factory, you know, just show how much potential is left in them when they're released to the general public, compared to what happens when a couple of performance shops get hold of them and what they can actually achieve.
Yeah. We've got another VL down here in the Aeroflow lane. It's going to be taking on the Tirana.
Trying away first, but I think the VL will have the with the measure at the finish line, already in front at half track. Not a bad race though, not too much across the finish line. A 13.12, 97 mile an hour for the VL to a 14.31 for the Tirana in the rocket lane.
Now this should be a good race. We've got Smoking Joseph Bello, who's running in the 11s in his Commodore. He's taking on the Golden Holden, which has been running some super good times throughout the night, because this is one car that does have a big set of rubber on the rear end of it. Well, Joe got the better reaction time, but the Golden Holden got the better 60. I think the Golden Holden might have this, Steve.
He's out in front at the moment by a fair way. 11.1.2 with a 4, 121 mile an hour to an 11.52 at 122 for Sabello in the Commodore.
Oh, I'll tell you what. We haven't seen this car for a little while.
Yes.
Now,
Good to see it back.
Is this from memory? This is the record holding Lancer Evo? Not sure if it is this car, but this car has run 890s before. Of course, the Evo, the Pro Street Evos like this car down here in the Rocket Lane, they do like this style of track. It's taking on Mr. Capri, who's, well, a little bit ugly coming off the start line, Steve, 1.89, but keep your eyes on the Team Karam Mitsubishi Evo. Well, he goes 9.44 with an 8 at 155. Now, I don't know if that is that car, because the last lot of Evos we had come out here, they were a bit of a handful in the top end.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one thing that particular pass we didn't see. Normally the Evos and most of the four-wheel drive cars will get to around three-quarter track, the 1,000-foot marker, and they'll do a big stage left or a stage right. Now, we didn't see that in that particular run with the car that was just in the Rocket Lane. Whether he was still in the throttle at the same pace or same percentage, I guess, time will tell. But the car did seem to get away from the start line not too badly. Of course, the Evos, I think they generally either want a little bit of wheel spin or they do slide the clutch a fair bit, because generally if you just jump the clutch, it'll be pushed back with bits coming out of bigger parts that shouldn't have bits coming out of them.
Well, I'll tell you what, the little Jemmy, Steve, 1.56 to the 60. The VH wagon goes 1.89. But 10.05 for the 7 at 134 this time for the Gemini. And the Commodore wagon running on through with 13.00 with a 9. Now, we've got this Honda Integra that is coming out now. Now, this car was out here a couple of weeks ago here at Race for Real. Probably didn't run to the potential that they would have liked. But it's good to have the car back out doing a little bit more testing.
Well, I guess when you see a car with a number plate and a parachute on it, it's got pretty serious intentions, really, when you think about it. .16 to the 60. These Hondas usually get motoring at the top end. He was out of the throttle not too far from the finish line. 9.23, 163 miles an hour.
Wow.
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 There is a bunch left in that car, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, sitting out the back, hasn't come out yet. We've got the B2R, one of the B2R Motorsports Civics. We've got the blue one back again this week, so we'll see that car out a little bit later. But, look, congratulations to those guys with the Integra. That was a really good step in the right direction. As we're back into the bikes, we've got the big ZX14 down here in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, it looks like the Rocket Lane will take it, Stu. Runs a 10.03 at 146 to an 11.06 at 130. .099 on the tree for the racer in the Rocket Lane. The rider in the Aeroflow lane taking a big wander over to the centre line. 11.42 with a 5 at 122 will take it to a 12.72.
Yeah, a lot of our motorcyclists that come out here for Aeroflow Race for Real, a lot of them, look, some of them, for whatever reason, they don't want to step up to the New South Wales State Championships, which is fine. You know, some people, that's not their thing. But I'll tell you what, coming out here on a Wednesday night with your mates and having a nice race down the quarter mile and racing yourself, a lot of these races in a bracket situation, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be racing them at all. They're starting to really get their eye in. The reaction times for a lot of these motorcyclists are just unbelievable. Some of them are just really good off the clutch. They know how their bike works. And, you know, I think for a lot of our seasoned motorcyclists, if they're running in street bike, I think a few of them would really be looking over their shoulders at these up-and-coming races.
Almost on cue there, Stuart. 0.34 light for the racer in the Aeroflow lane there. An 11.50 at 123 to a 12.98 at 120 in the Rocket lane. I just feel sometimes cutting an O-line on a bike could be so much more tricky. You know, the balance, you've got to prepare yourself to push off on your foot. I've never ridden a motorbike in my life.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there's so much more to focus on. You know, you've still got the clutch, you've still got the throttle, and then you've got to try and get that foot up on the peg as soon as possible.
Well, Casper down there in the Rocket lane is on a good pass, a 9.93 with an 8 at 1.47. That's more like it. There on the Hayabusa, of course, he runs in modified bike at our Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series. And it's great to have Speed Addict Clothing Company back on board as well, continuing their fantastic support of our bracket races. Well, 10.29 with a 5 there to an 11.50. Tell you what, we've got some big bore bikes out here tonight, don't we?
We sure do.
I mean, we're used to seeing a lot of the, I guess you'd say the mid-spec bikes, like a 650, 750.
Yes.
But tonight we've got some big bikes here. It's interesting too, Steve, a lot of these motorcycle riders, some of them like to stage slightly out of the groove and kind of hug towards the centre line, whereas some of them are more comfortable sitting in the centre of the lane. I mean, I never drag raced a bike, but yeah, it's interesting the different styles. You can see it here. The rider down the Aeroflow, dead straight. The other rider just to the left.
Yeah, way over to the left where the track is still, for wanting another word, shiny. There hasn't where we do spray the traction compound, where the cars have been running and other bikes have been running consistently. That launch pad is actually a flat black, if you like, or a darker shade of black due to the gloss being taken off it. We see some riders just deciding to line up closer to the edges of that patch, or others in the middle of it. I'm not quite sure what the theory is between.
Yeah, I must ask some of these guys what the theory is between doing that, because you'll hear Steve and I talk about a fair bit in drag racing is the groove, you know, and the groove is very pronounced, obviously, in the first 330 foot of the racetrack for obvious reasons, especially when you've got big race cars here that tend to put a lot of rubber down in that first 330 foot of the racetrack, as the bike in the Aeroflow lane goes 10.44 at 1.47. Well, I'll tell you what, the bike down here in the Rocket lane doing the burnout, Steve, but going sideways in the burnout. You can see the tyre mark at the end of the water, little bit of water there.
Well, didn't go forward at all, did it? It just went straight to the to the side.
Yeah, it's taking on Brett Copping on the Suzuki GT 750.
.034 on the tree for Brett in the Aeroflow lane. That little two-stroke singing for its supper, but I tell you what, the Rocket lane keeping him honest across the finish line. 9.72 with a fall, 156 miles an hour. It looked a lot closer than it was, but I think the reaction time there for Brett put him in front for quite a bit, but that bike in the Rocket lane coming around at the finish line.
Wow, 9.57. That's got to be one of the quickest street-based motorcycle passes I've ever seen here on a Wednesday night. As part of Aeroflow Race for Real, that is unreal.
And a 10.73 at 146 for the Rocket Lane to a 14.58 in the Aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, just everybody's tuning in via YouTube or Facebook, guys. Just remember, guys, if you are on the live stream, do keep it PG rated.
Yeah, we don't want to get Ben with the banning stick out.
No, no.
Big Harley straight down the centre of the rider in the Rocket Lane, wandering over towards the wall side of the lane. 11.47 with a 122 to a 12.57 at 109 in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, that's a great tough pass there from that Harley. Jeez, it sounded good. All right, guys, we're going to... Not sure what's going on. That car was actually in lane 6, which was the fast lane. And obviously we just had the bikes, so we're going back to lane 2. So that car will have to go back to the pits and make its way back around into the correct lane.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stu, we might have a quick break here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Maybe grab something to eat, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Of course, it is around about that time of evening. If you do want to grab yourself something to eat, there's some food vendors at the top of the stairs on the northwestern corner here, pretty much opposite the start line. There's Go Nuts for Donuts. Is Troy up there?
No, Troy's not up there tonight.
And if you're down in the pits, there's, of course, the Pit Stop Cafe down there next to the scrutineering shed. Feel free to grab a coffee, a donut, something to eat. And Stu and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect, exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Aeroflow Race Real here at Sydney Dragway, and a big thank you to VP Race Fuels, one of our great sponsors here at Sydney Dragway, and a great supporter of drag racing and other forms of motorsport as well around the country. As we've got the two Falcons, we've got the Falcon Sedan up against the Falcon Ute. Now, just bearing in mind too, guys, somebody was asking on the live stream on Facebook whether we're live streaming the Burnouts tonight. Yes, we are. We'll be doing that a little bit later on when they come out. And as I mentioned earlier, we're lucky we got Chubba here tonight. Shane has brought the ute out. And it is looking super clean. Looks fantastic, Shane. Really does, mate. And of course, we've got Bankrupt here as well. And Bryce is having a steer of that car this evening. From Twin Lakes Automotive up at Charmhaven, up on the Central Coast. All right, got the Mitsubishi Magna down here in the Aeroflow lane. He's taking on the Falcon. But a great mix of cars that are here tonight. If you are in the lanes, guys, just make sure you are near your car because the lanes do get called. We don't want to be holding anybody up. Well, I told the Magna, 2.42 in the 60, got the much better reaction time, although the Falcon is chasing him down. And the Mitsubishi goes to 15.88 at 87 to 15.48. We've got a battle of the hatches now. Got the little Toyota Corolla taking on the Volkswagen Golf. Here the Volkswagen loading it up on the start line, goes 1.94 in the 60. And the Corolla out there goes 2.69. A 12.87 there for the Golf. The little Toyota goes 16.03. As we've got a pair of Falcons about to make their way out right now. Tell you what, got a lot of Falcons here tonight. They've come right out in force. That's a good thing about Aeroflow Race for Real. We never know what is going to come through the gates. And we value each and every racer that does come out, as we do with the spectators as well. We've got a great bunch of spectators here tonight as well. Up in the stands and in Kids Corner. And down in the viewing area as well. It's great to see a bunch of people down there enjoying the sights and sounds of Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. Oh, not much between the Falcons over the finishing line. A 16.06 with a 5 to a 15.79 as we got this very, very tough Evo about to come out now from Team Karam. I think it is. I don't know. Bit hard to see. I couldn't see the side of it, but tell you what, it looks tough. As I mentioned, guys, Jamboree coming up towards the end of March. Well, the Evo out with a 2.81. Marginally quicker to the half track, but the car next to him, 14.92 to a 14.08 there for the Evo. Very good pass. Has got two more Falcons about to come out. I'll tell you what, the Blue Falcon a lot more aggressive off the start line this time. He goes 2.06 in the 60. This is going to be a very good pass. 13.20 there to a 17.1. All right, the beautiful looking R34 out now in the rocket lane, taking on this very quick WRX. A little bit of a shorter shift there in the first 60 foot of the racetrack, and he goes in 11.64, 122. Started to drift towards the centre line at about 1,000 foot, but it was a really good pass there for the WRX. 14 seconds there for the Skyline. As we got the older model Falcon Ute taking on the more modern day Falcon. Oh, big turn of the tyres there for the Ute off the finishing line. A nice 14.70 there to a 15.04. It's a beautiful looking BMW comes out now and he's taking on this Silver Falcon. Well, a little Beamer gets a really good reaction time. 0.5 of a second up on the Falcon on the hit. Goes a 14.06 there, 15.03 that time for the Falcon as Brian comes out now in the Commodore. Brian already run a best of a 12.99. He's taking on this very tough XE Falcon. This XE Falcon, these guys have been what I would consider doing a fair bit of testing in this car. There is a lot in it. Getting marginally quicker each and every pass. Brian out with a .322, 1.94 in the 60 this time. As the Falcon winds its boost up. Well, at the top of first into second, got a little bit taily. He goes 1.78 in the 60, 6.81 to the 8th mile. And it runs on through with an 11.33 at 89. All right, guys, we've got the Blue VK coming out for its first pass. Had a nice little chat with these guys. It's great to see them back here tonight. Here at Sydney Dragway is a fair bit of a long haul for these guys, but they love their racing. They've put a lot of effort into the build of this Blue VK. They're taking on Sammy Jo in her Commodore. Well, Sammy Jo had a red hot go at the lights there, .008 red, but hey, it's all practice. And running on through with a 12.66 to a 13.12. Well, good strong burnout there from the VZ down here in the Aeroflow lane. I'm taking on another one of our XE Falcon Brigade that have come out tonight. The Fords have come out to play tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Well, the VZ out with a 2.16. 1.67, though, this time for the Falcon. Much better in the 60. And both races going through from two very good passes. 12.78 for the Commodore. 11.12 there for the Falcon as the R-rated Motorsports VF comes out now. He's up against this matte black Commodore Ute. Yeah, that's exactly right, DJ Prowse. There are a lot of nice Fords here tonight. Of the older generation and the newer generation as well. Unfortunately, no, Gus, man. We cannot pause the event for 15 minutes. We've got a crowd to entertain here at the track. Now, Kayla, if you are up in the stands, and I met you on Thursday night here at Tyre Thrashing Thursday, I have a little message to pass on to you as well. I spoke to Joe Sabello a little bit earlier, and I mentioned to Joe that you're the favourite racer. So he said to me, Kayla, if you're up in the stands, if you want a photo with Joe, he's more than happy for you to go down to the staging lanes with your mum and get a photo with Joe. Now we're talking my language. We've got a beautiful blue rotary as Ben sits behind me making chicken noises. Oh, come on, you love it. You love it. Secretly, he loves them. But the RX3. I thought you said to me earlier, if it's got, doesn't matter if it's got 4 wheels or 2 wheels and a motor, you like it. That's all I tuned into. All right, the Ute, big turn of the tyres off the start line. Here goes the RX3. 1.81 in the 60. Doing the chasing to the Commodore. The Commodore will get the win, but the RX3 is on a good pass. And a 10.48 at a 1.36. This very tough VF Commodore doesn't care about his rear tyres. He's happy to bake them. He's taking on the Maximum Shine Detailing Ute. Oh, come on, Gus, man. Rotisserie chicken. Now, we've got a question here, and for what does the 350 kilowatt XR6 turbo normally run in manual here? That's quite a good question, actually. It's hard to say. It depends on what's been done to it. A lot of it also comes down to the driver as well. Yeah, as Ben said, we're just talking off air. Yeah, 2253. Yeah, probably mid to high 13s. But as I said, you know, it comes down to conditions, the driver, what tyres he's running. Yeah, it might even be high 12s, low 13s. Just depends on the weather conditions. As Donald Baird comes out now in the Calais. well, Donald Baird, 2.05 in the 60 this time. Has run into the 13s. No worries, 2253. Thanks for tuning in as well, mate, via the live stream. 1322 there for Don. Has got this very tough Holden wagon coming out now. I love watching this thing off the line. Love the chassis twists. It's got a bit of attitude about it. Taking on the VL, which is definitely no slouch either in a straight line. Should be a pretty good race, actually, because that wagon's pretty heavy, but it's got a lot of mumbo. The VL is slightly slower than the 60. Wow, that wagon. Now, he's been offered at about 1,000 foot. Looked like he's running it through the back door this time. Goes 10 to 88 at 111. That was a great pass. All right, got that beautiful looking VL coming out now. He's going to be taking on LJ 304. All right, the VL surprised me on the last pass. Wasn't quite sure what is in it, but I'll tell you what, it certainly drives certainly well. I'm guessing it's a manual just by the way it was jumping around just then to almost 330 foot and goes 1258, 107. The little LJ goes to 1434 at 95 as Josabello comes out now in the Commodore taking on the Golden Holden. These two had a great drag race the last time they came out together. Of course, Joe only running very small tyres on this car, as we mentioned earlier and also last week. He still hasn't got the supercharger hooked up. G'day, John. How are you, mate? We miss you too, John. Look at this over the finishing line. Oh, Joe gets it, 11:45. Oh, there's a red light from Joe. But, like, great run from both those cars. But I've got to say, I love this VH Commodore wagon. This thing is seriously cool, as is the Centura. Of course, Mopar Les Binkhurst, one of our well-known and respected commentators here at Sydney Dragway, he would say no car but a Mopar. And I love the Centuras. Don't see a lot of them anymore out racing, but this one is super clean and super tough. But there's a couple of very quick VH Commodore wagons to get around the country. One of them is from Spot On Performance up in Queensland. It certainly comes to mind. But this one, pumping a little bit of smoke out the exhaust pipe, but that doesn't mean much. It's quick, 1.80 in the 60. He's got a parachute on the back, so it can obviously run the numbers. 9.37 there for Centura, and a 1260 there this time for the VH Wag as we welcome the Bushman back onto the mic.
Thank you very much, Stu. I've just caught the end of that run with the station wagon there. I suggest he was out of the throttle before half track there, but I'm sure we'll see that car back again a few more times tonight. See what he can do. Did leave the start line with a fair bit of fume out the exhaust. On track now, we've got our LS1 powered Gemini taking on the Honda in the Rocket Lane. The Honda did pretty well on his last pass. Big speed, I think it was like 162 from memory.
Into the 9-second bracket as well. Much more aggressive off the start line from both vehicles there, but I'll tell you what, the Honda, 1.50 in the 60, Steve. But they're out of it long before the 330 foot mark.
Yeah, I thought by all intensive purposes there, the Honda was going to continue with that, but deciding not to stay in the throttle and just cruises on through to a 1450. Next up, this very, very cool looking Ford Capri down on the start line.
Yeah, this is a beautiful looking car, this one. Had a look at it when he was going through scrutineering.
Tell you what, whatever those LEDs are inside the car are certainly rather bright, Stu.
Yeah, they are.
Getting the car moving over towards the centre line on the hit. And runs on through for an 11.16 at 122 mile an hour.
Well, back into the bikes. Now, start line team, just having a quick look. Maybe might have something they've just picked up off the start line. Well, BC Gameplay Vid said, what a shame there's no i30s giving it a go. Well, there were last week. We had a Hyundai i30.
It was electric, wasn't it? It wasn't a petrol.
Actually, we had a petrol one and an electric one. We also had a Kia, the cousin of the Hyundai. John Drew said to say hi to Bushy.
Hello,
Drew.
John. How are you? Hope you're doing well, mate. Long time no see.
Michael Richards, who's one of our officials, just said a blue Mazda has lost a belt. Well, hopefully I can get that car repaired and I'll have that back.
Well, that would be your RX-3, I dare say. That's the only blue Mazda that jumps to mind.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully they can get another belt for it and they can get that back out. Oh no, DJ Prowse, there's no electric cars here this week.
No, we had a couple last week.
No. But just looking on the camera that we have up here in the studio that looks at the staging lanes, I can see a Lamborghini sitting out the back.
Which our spectators and viewers can now see, Stu. Yes, there is a Lambo sitting to the left of the screen, right the middle of the picture.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of Lamborghinis come out in the
There we
race.
go. Look, you can even turn it for us. Now sitting centre.
Oh, look at that.
You can see a combi coming around in the staging lanes as well.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Very nice. I must admit, I'm actually more a Lamborghini fan than a Ferrari fan.
Are you?
Yeah, to be brutally honest. Yeah, I appreciate Ferraris, but I've always been a Lambo man. I think Lambos are a lot, in styling wise, they're a lot better than the Ferraris.
Fair. I guess, there's that always going to be that that classic argument, isn't it? It's almost Ford versus Holden of the Euro world.
Yeah, absolutely.
The supercar Euro world.
Well, a great bunch of bikes here as well, and we're about to have the Harley come out in the rocket lane.
It's a very unmistakable idol, isn't it, the Harley?
Oh, I love it. I love the sound. I mean, to be brutally honest, though, I do love the sound of the Victories as well. They're not that much different in sound to the Harleys, as the Harley just picks up the front wheel. The bike next to him, though, goes .075 on the tree.
And we'll take the win light here. 12.73 with a 5, 104 mile an hour through the finish line.
Okay.
And the Harley in the rocket lane, a 16.55 at 71.
Yeah, actually, when it comes to a lot of the modern day Harleys that are on the market at the moment, Steve, I really like the look of the Harley-Davidson Breakout, which Harley's got out at the moment. That's a beautiful looking bike.
You should go buy one.
Well, you know, if I was allowed to have a bike, I probably could. But
who's to say you're not?
Don't even start me on this argument.
Okay, all right, I'll leave that. That was
Yeah.
I was just going to stir you, but there's
But
obviously there's a nerve there.
There's There's a big underlying factor.
I've just poked it.
Yeah, there's a big underlying factor. But no, look, you know, I love my Jap bikes.
Yep.
But you know, if I was to have a bike, it's a cruiser. You know, and I don't know. There's just something about the breakout for me. I mean, there's been a lot of classic Harleys over the years, but if you look at the modern day Harleys, for me the breakout just looks super tough as part of their cruiser range.
One of those bikes not shifting into top gear as well as I think the rider would have liked it to have. A 1264 with a 5 at 123 in the Aeroflow lane, the quicker of the two there. As our next pair, a roll up to the start line. One of our riders deciding not to do a burnout and drive around the water.
Well, Escort just said on the live stream, Steve, he said he had a bloke in his new Ferrari SF90 pull up next to me on the weekend and say, awesome car, mate. That's why the car scene / culture is what makes it awesome, just mutual respect.
Yes.
And that's very true.
Yep. So obviously, Escort man was driving around in his Escort. And
yeah. Yeah, no, it's you know, it's the same goes for bikes, but I think in the car scene, you know, for years there was that, you know, the V8s were V8s, the rotaries were rotaries, the imports are import scene, but they'd all stick together. But I think as time has gone on, everyone's kind of gelled together and gone, you know what?
I think that, car events like Cars and Coffee and stuff like that, I think has certainly helped in blending those scenes together a lot more than what has happened. And really, the Cars and Coffee stuff in Sydney, I guess, has really sort of taken off in the last, I want to say, 5 years.
Yes.
I know there's been car shows like Cars Under the Stars and things like that, which were similar concept, I guess, but the Cars and Coffee certainly happen a lot more regularly, and they're the sort of event that don't take up your whole day, but often attract a huge variety of cars, everything from, and not even just cars, there's motorcycles as well, but everything from classic vintage up to sort of modern day, muscle cars and that sort of thing. Whatever the driver is deciding to drive, they're obviously proud enough to bring it out and put it on display for a little bit and have a bit of a chat and check out what other cars have come along and go from there.
And it's great that, a lot of people are a lot more approachable these days as well, because, most people are more than happy to talk about their car or bike and people learning from them as well. Look, if you're here at the track, guys, I do ask a favour, if that's possible. Our media guy downstairs, Darren, who works on level 1, we would actually like to put a mini show and shine on here on a Wednesday night as well, to help bring people through the gates. And if those people don't want to race but would be, maybe like to show their car. So, guys, if you're thinking, I don't want to race, but I'd be happy to do it.
You might be part of a car club,
or
similar,
a car club,
that like drag racing, like motorsports, but not comfortable with running your car, and that's completely okay. We've got plenty of room here. The pit facility is quite large. We can quite easily host a static car display as well as have the drag racing on at the same time.
Yeah, so if you're here at the track, guys, jump on the Sydney Dragway Facebook page and just let us know if that's something that you might be interested in doing or being a part of. Got Brett Copping coming out now on the Suzuki GT750, and he's taking on his teammate or his brother down here in the Rocket Lane. Robot Andy said Joe's Diner is the bigger car meet in Brisbane. Apparently,
Okay.
they have a big car meet up
Yes.
there. That's fantastic. Of course, years ago when I was growing up, and when our family used to go for a holiday to the Gold Coast, the car scene up there was quite big. Up
Yes.
around Southport, up around SeaWorld. They used to have a big mix of cars up there, but it's waned a bit over the years for whatever reason. Well, this rider likes to get a bit of heat into the rear end of his tyre down here in the Aeroflow lane.
I think this was that bike that went 950, whatever it was.
Yep.
From memory. Certainly quite an aggressive exhaust note coming from.
Well, I wasn't
very
sure
snappy throttle.
first, Steve, whether that was Wally Hoster, but I don't know whether he's got a new set of leathers or not. But I know that bike has gone.
I thought his
pretty
bike
quick.
was red, wasn't it?
Yes, it was red. Yeah, this one's red. Well, 974, 155. That is huge speed there.
I guess the interesting story would be, and I'm not suggesting it, but I'd wonder what these bikes would top out at in terms of speed. Like 150 mile an hour is near enough to 40-ish kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
I dare say in the right conditions he could probably nudge 300, but not suggesting that we go past the finish line here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah. But still, 155 miles an hour on a bike, that is huge. Well, I got the Harley back out, and this bike, well, the rider's been hitting it pretty aggressive on the start, been popping that front wheel, which, in that riding position, Steve, that'd be a little bit interesting.
Yes. I guess because the centre of gravity is up there because the arms are up as well. The weight's not fully over the tank as it is on a racing style motorcycle. 1290 at 109 for the Harley rider on this occasion.
I got this very tough green Golf, which is out here tonight and is taking on the VL Commodore. Now there's a trail there that I can see, Steve, coming from the back of the VL.
Yes, unfortunately there is something definitely coming out of the Commodore.
It's a fairly pronounced line as well that is coming out of it. So just remember, guys, if you are down the staging lanes, we know it's pretty warm, but if you guys could please keep your air conditioning off.
Golf away sub 2 seconds to the 60 and runs on through for an 11.19 with a 129 mile an hour.
And 11.16 to the VL. That was a good pass. There was a little puff of smoke that came out of it, though, towards the end of the track out of the VL.
Yeah, I did see that. I dare say out of the throttle a little bit early there.
Yeah. Our start line crew just doing a quick little mop before we send the Audi out against the R33. Gusman just asked Steve, okay, I'm back, everyone. Can relax. Is Stewie okay? Has someone been supervising him whilst I've been gone? Yes, Gusman.
He's under my watchful eye.
Steve's been keeping an eye on me, and as has Benj. So, yeah, it's all good. But if you just joined us too, guys, whether you're here at the track or watching via Facebook or YouTube, we do have a good amount of Burnout cars that are here tonight. We will be live streaming the Burnouts a little bit later. And we're lucky we've got two very, very tough cars here tonight as part of the Burnouts. We've got Chubba, the Chubba Industries Ute, And, of course, the Twin Lakes Automotive Orange Ute called Bankrupt. That'll be out hitting the pad a little bit later as well. All right, we've got this Skyline, which is coming out now, but I'm more interested, Steve, to see what this Audi's going to do, because most Audis don't need to do a burnout for a start, and for the most part, some of them do sit sedately to the line, but then completely surprise us.
Yes, that's exactly right, I guess. With the all-wheel drive systems, they don't always need a good burnout to get the traction. But a 183 60 foot for the Audi. I don't know if the Skyline's going to catch him from there, Stu.
Tell you what, the Skyline coming. Skyline did get him. Wow.
He did. 0.04 of a second across the finish line. Only 400ths of a second. I didn't think he was going to get there.
That was a huge top-end charge there from the Skyline. All right, the WRX is out in the rocket lane. Second of our early body WRXs. He's taking on the P-plater down here in the Silver Falcon, which just staged slightly crooked, but has straightened it up on the hit.
Subi doing really well. Once again, 1307, 110 mile an hour, so big speed for the Subaru in the rocket lane to a 1570 at 90 mile an hour there for the Falcon that was in the Aeroflow lane.
This young guy in his ute, he comes out just about every week, and he comes out with his dad. He absolutely loves putting on big burnouts and just having all-round fun in this car. He's taking on the BF Falcons.
So the sedan will pull away at the top end of the racetrack and run on through with a 1240 at 118 through the finish line to a 1462 at 93. I can't read that from here, Stu.
Well, Gusman's asking Steve if I'm okay. He's asking if I need some Strepsils or some Benadryl. I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you very much, Gusman.
Why would you need Strepsils?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's thinking I'm like a mini Chris Diggles. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just doing my job.
Yep. 1289 with a 9 in the Aeroflow lane there.
Oh, get those limited fingers up in the air. The Falcons smoking it up on the burnout. The P-plate are having a lot of fun out there. I'll tell you what, I did say earlier that we've got V6 Commodore royalty in the house tonight. Of course, Shane, I should say, the Mang Bang, the driver of the Mang Bang. Of course, when you talk about good burnouts, we've got three of the best. I'm not going to go out on the limb actually and go the three of the OGs.
Has anyone called their Commodore Chitty Chitty?
No, but that's just not a bad name for a burnout car, Chitty Chitty. That's not bad. We could have Chitty Chitty and then Mang Bang.
Because see, the Bang Bang draws on a number of different levels. Bang Bang for the tyres.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Mang Mang for the engine.
Absolutely.
Now, right?
I reckon that's
Bang
good.
Bang because it throws rods out. It's
well, hopefully it does.
It just links on so many levels. No?
Well, I don't know.
I thought there was a saying, rods or rims, in the burnout world.
Yeah, well, it is. It's rods or rims. Ideally, we don't want to see rods because that costs them money, and a lot of the guys don't run on big budgets. So, we never like to see that. DJ Prowse, I need elbow and knee pads for when he falls over. Well, thankfully, DJ Prowse, I haven't fallen over for a while. So, I don't need to wear my mountain bike protective gear. As this awesome little Toyota Corolla comes out now. And Steve and I were talking about this car earlier. It's got that old school drag racing stance about it. Very high in the rear end for the weight shift. Don't know how much weight shift though.
This would actually be a pretty good based on its previous time, I think myself and this little Corolla would be a pretty good little match race, I reckon. If I managed to get all my gears in a line rather than what I normally do. Oh, a little bit quicker. Oh, I must have seen a slower run. He'd be in front of me by about a second there. 12:38 with a 6. He went 13.2, I think it was before.
Yeah.
That's why I'm thinking that it might have been a good match race, but maybe not so.
Tell you what, the BF Falcons, they've come out to play tonight. They're not mucking around in the burnouts. They're putting on a great show here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Must thank Aeroflow as well for their consistent support of off-street drag racing here in Sydney. And guys, if you haven't been down to the scrutineering shed, whether you're up in the crowd or you're racing tonight, make sure you do grab yourself a copy of the Aeroflow Performance Parts Catalogue. I'm sure there is something in there for your car. As we've got this little Hilux Ute coming out now, which has been running some good times.
That poor Hilux Ute. I wonder how many Ks it's got on it.
Ah.
And the driver's like, you know what? I'm going to sort you out.
Yeah, it's got another 100,000 in it.
I reckon there'd be mid-90s model down there. Thereabouts.
Well, the Evo, a little bit of a gunshot out of that rear exhaust. 2.44 on the 60. Drives around the Ute at half track. And a nice 13.33 at 113 to a 16.74 for the Ute. That is great. Oh, Steve, look at this coming out now. The XA or XB.
With the P plate on it.
Oh, that is hot.
A very nice looking car, though.
That is beautiful. He's taking on one of our Golf drivers, who I must admit, the Golfs have been a little bit lean the last few weeks, but they've come out tonight and putting on a fantastic show. Well,
Falcon just cruising away from the start line. Dare say with the automatic and the big tall diff gears in it.
yes. Well, 13.21 there for the Volkswagen, this beautiful looking Falcon. Runs on through for a 20-second pass. Now, I don't care what anybody says around the world or here in Australia, that body shape, XA to XC, the best. Ford, that was the best. That was the best body shape, full stop. I love it. It looks tough. Mate, it is the best. The best.
Oh, it doesn't sound like I'm going to sway you on that opinion.
All
Just
right.
like talking about motorcycles, I won't go there.
All right, the Mark 7 GTI coming out now. Of course, we mentioned last week that we haven't seen the Galano Engineering Mark 7 GTI out here for a little while.
Has been a little while. They're probably working on the dyno and have extracted another 400 horsepower out of it. I don't know.
Maybe. So just remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you are down in the staging lanes, just make sure you are near your car.
The Golf out in front with this one. A little bit quicker to the 60. And we'll get to the finish line with a 13.0 at 108. And a 16.1 there. 88 mile an hour for the Falcon that was in the Aeroflow lane. Ooh, we got a bit of a jet battle on the start line in a minute.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yes.
A car that I would like to have a drive of, Emmanuel, the WRX, and a car that I actually have driven, the Silvia.
They're worth big money now, the Silvias.
They are. They are.
More than what you could have bought them for back in 2000-ish, or that shape when they came out.
And the amount of aftermarket support for them as well has just come. I mean, they've always been there aftermarket, but a lot of it's come in leaps and bounds in particular as well. But this driver down here with his WRX, the current model, as I mentioned earlier, aftermarket wing, which, to be honest, seemed a little bit strange when he told me, because, you know, I would have thought Subaru would have gone, you know what, we'll have a wing for those people that want to put it on the rear end. He goes 1484 at 97, but it's a great looking. It is a great looking wing, but it is an aftermarket company that have supplied him with that wing. Hey, we've got another Gemini out here.
They're multiplying, Stu.
Yeah, now we're talking.
This one doesn't have the parachute on the back, but a very clean looking example. Looks like it's got the even the Venetian in the back. Of course, a very popular car back in the day, the old Gem.
Well, we don't get a lot of Geminis out here. We've had the Gemini wagon on the burnout pad, but in terms of clean-looking Geminis, we haven't seen a lot of them. It's a bit of a breath of fresh air to have two of them here this evening.
Maybe too slow. I was just trying to take a photo for a friend at work, but that's not going to happen.
I'll tell you what, he's not doing too bad either. 2.40 in the 60. Fairly neck and neck with the Falcon as well. I think he might get the win here. He does. 13.15 to a 13.25.
I don't think the Gemini stocks, Stu.
No, I don't think so either. Great side-by-side race there. So we've got the R33 coming out now. Gusman said Venetian plus 3 horsepower.
Oh, at least. At least. Sorry, what? Ben reckons 5.
Well, the car down here in the rocket lane got the better reaction time. He's going to take the win, but the Skyline running on through with the 14.66 for him, as we've got the BMW about to take on another of our Falcon Brigade. Well, the BMW out with 2.30. The Falcon only 0.08 of a second behind it in the 60. But the Beamer gets the win with a 14.17, 101 miles per hour there. As we've got the R35. Geez, we've got a 33, a 34, and a 35.
Yeah, just need a 32 and a 31. It'd be sweet. We'd have everyone. And someone lucky enough to have an what is an R36, the latest generation. Haven't seen one of those in the flesh yet, but I dare say the GDR Festival you mentioned earlier, we will see at least one, I reckon.
I hope so.
Big Val sitting over in the rocket lane, ready to do battle.
Well, the R35 GTR out with a 1.96. Much better pass this time. Bit more aggressive and goes an 11.25 with an 8 at 1.26. I got this very tough XE out now. He's taking on this very quick WRX. So guys, if you're wondering what's coming up here at Sydney Dragway in the not too distant future, we've got Day of the Drags, which Steve mentioned a little bit earlier, which is coming up on Saturday the 9th of March. And then of course we've got Race for Real, the Sunday sessions, which is coming up.
Yep, they're usually a very good
10th.
day. That's the following Sunday, so not this Sunday coming, the Sunday after. So if you're sitting in the crowd and go, I really want to give that a crack, but just getting out here to race my car on a Wednesday night, a little bit tricky with work, you know, whatever it might be. If you want to race during the day, kicking off at 10, usually finish around 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, depending on how many races keep wanting to come around. You get a heap of passes, and same concept as tonight.
Yep.
You know, all but identical. I think the only thing we don't do is the reaction time for the Sunday, but same format. Just come along, helmet, covered shoes, long sleeve top, long pants, and the car obviously, and come out and test yourself against the Sydney Dragway quarter mile. I thought that for some strange reason that was the combi doing that, because I couldn't see he did have a crack, did he? Yeah.
Yeah, can't beat the old hippie van, the Volkswagen. Hashtag van life.
Well, I guess, you can't ever put it past the VW people. They might have transplanted the RB30 into it.
Who knows? Speaking about RB30s, this Commodore potentially could have an RB. I'm not saying it does, but potentially could. It's got a big set of rubber underneath the rear end of it, though.
Boost loading, and he's come on at about 200 feet out. The Combi has got to the finish line in 18 seconds. That's not too bad for the Combi.
Ah.
There's a lot of air to push there. 12.2 at 1:37 for the Commodore in the rocket lane.
Now, Saturday, March 16, guys, is the Garrett City Jamboree 2024. So if you like your alternate engines, you like your imports, you like your VL Commodores with the Nissan motors in them, make sure you do put that in your diary. That is the Garrett City Jamboree. Then we got, on the March 23, we've got round 2 of the New South Wales State Championship here at Sydney Dragway. And then on Friday, March 29, we've got the Good Friday Burnouts, which is basically the precursor, I like to call it, before Brashnats comes up later on in the year. But Good Friday Burnouts, it's going to be a big, big event. So that's what is coming up. As the VZ, well, he doesn't care about rear tyres.
Nope. Quite a still night out there at Sydney outside. We've got a little bit of a slightest of headwinds at the moment, but just enough to clear the smoke away. Oh, even after that big burnout, the Red Commodore still blazing up. The VK all loose at about 100 feet out from the start line. I dare say probably got the tyres too hot if they're a street style tyre. 13.29 at 1:12 for the Rocket Lane will take the win there, though, Stu.
Yeah, the VK certainly got a little bit loose as well as it was turning the tyres. I got the R-rated Motorsports VF Commodore out now against this very tough XE. Well, most of the events that we run here at Sydney Dragway, it's an RC car, most of them are streamed. If it's a private day, well, we don't generally live stream them for obvious reasons, because it is a private test day.
Is it just me or the burnout intensity seems to have lifted?
Oh, I reckon it has. I reckon they've been sitting out the back. They've seen Chubba sitting out the back, and they're like, oh, he's going to steal the show. Alright guys, we're just going to get a few ads, and when we come back, plenty more action from here at Sydney Dragway as part of Aeroflow Race for Real.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
How does an engine keep going out here? Well, that was an easy one.
Bank shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
All right, our next pair of cars sitting in the water. Just a little bit of a cleanup in the rocket lane. Just a local cleanup with a mop. But, of course, welcome back to Sydney Dragway and the Aeroflow Race for Real here tonight. Plenty of cool cars and motorcycles out in the staging lanes. And as Stu has mentioned, we do have a number of Burnout cars here this evening. So around about... dare say around about 9:30-ish, we'll bring those Burnout cars out onto the pad and let those guys loose. And a 12.91, 118 mile an hour pass for the car in the Aeroflow lane there. Next up, the big Caprice in the Aeroflow lane. And 14.06, 103 miles per hour through the finish line. And just for some of our younger listeners, 100 mile an hour is around about 160 kilometres an hour. Listen to the big F truck do the Burnout. That power plant is singing. And it looks like we might have a little bit of coolant in the rocket lane, hence the burner. The F100 up on the two-step on the launch. Goes 179 to the 60. And just seems to flatten off at around about half track. Still runs at 1160. I dare say unrepresentative for that pickup. Joe Sorbello out on the start line now once again. Been Been out here the last couple of weeks running the engine in this car. One of a couple that he's got in the fleet. 11:45, 121 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, the Evo Lancer. Let's see what the car can do. Welcome back to the microphone, Stewie.
Thank you, Steve. Someone's had a bit of a leak in aisle 1. Our team just doing a bit of a burn, which tells me it might be a little bit of coolant.
Correct.
Yep.
They should just run the one lane for a little while. Keep the cars moving through. Bell about to leave the start line, spinning the wheels, jumping over to the left there on the rear to the Commodore. Runs on through for 13.1 with a 112 mile an hour.
Got this nice sounding Commodore Ute. It's about to come out in the Aeroflow lane. Hey Pat, how are you, mate? How you doing? Pat's just tuned in.
Hello, Pat. Of course. Pat, one of our fellow commentators here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep.
Welcome aboard, mate. I hope you enjoy the broadcast. Look forward to working with you once again very, very soon here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, we definitely do, mate. Great source of information from Pat. Of course, he knows a lot of the workshops quite well around Sydney. As the Golden Holden makes its way out in the Aeroflow lane.
So quite a few passes here tonight. I'd say this is probably, I would guess, maybe his 5th.
Yeah.
028 on the tree.
Yeah, it's been running really good all night too. At 11.15, what a really good consistent car.
Yeah, that burnout intensity definitely lifting, Stu. Let's see what the station wagon can do this time.
Just look at the twist on that thing off the start line. 1.76 in the 60.
We could just hear those rear tyres protesting for traction as well. 10.62 with a 9, 131 mile an hour. Went 105 to half track.
Just
nice pass.
Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. What a great pass from those guys. All right, got the hot, tough Honda Integra coming back out now. Last pass, it was testing, so he only went down to about half track.
I wouldn't even say they went that far. Into maybe second or third gear, and then that was it.
Well, 1.47 to the 60. And off it at half track.
It's still going to roll to like a third. Wow. 11.41, 82 mile an hour. And was doing 96 at half track.
Yeah, 6.27 seconds to the 8th mile for that car.
Oh, the Gemini not getting up on boost this time around.
He's taking on the Centura down here in the rocket lane.
No boost issues for the Centura.
Yeah, it sure is, Escort. It is a little missile.
Just waiting on the Centura to move into full stage now. Bring that second white light on. The starter down there will throw the switch. The tree will count down. And 140 to the 60 for the Centura. Just no messing about. Straight out of the start line. And a 931, 146 miles an hour. I think that's his fastest pass of the night.
Absolutely. That was a great pass from him. 14.56 there for the little Jemmy, as we've got the Team Karam Evo coming out now. Now this is a street-based Evo. Yeah, the Honda is boosted Cliff, and I do believe it might be running just a little shot of nitrous in it as well, I think, as well, just to help it. All right, got the B2R Motorsports Blue Civic coming out now. G'day, Jeff. Welcome. Jeff tuning in via YouTube from the USA. Just tuned in at a good time too, Jeff. As we've got two very tough sport compact vehicles down on track now. The Honda up against the Evo.
Evo with a 1.660 foot. The Honda moving all over the shop, but the Evo will definitely take this one first. 970, 149 mile an hour for the Evo to an 870 with a 0. 171 miles an hour. Thank you very much, Stu.
Wow.
And that was a less than straight run down the rocket lane there.
Yeah, it was a great run from both those drivers.
Must be interesting when you do the gear shift and you get the big flash of flame out the dump pipe that's right in front of the windscreen.
Yeah.
Just hope you don't hear a ting ting ting.
Yeah. Totally agree. We're back into the bikes. Great turnout by our two-wheel brigade tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real. Well, no 68 on the tree for the rider down there in the rocket lane. A nice 1.92 in the 60. Been close at the finishing line, and a 12.67 to a 13.1. Won that on a hole shot. All right. It looks like our bike down there in the Aeroflow lane. Just a little bit of an issue getting that bike off the line, but nevertheless, an 11.24 to a 14.76 there. Well, Psyop just said, Steve, he was walking past a Genesis car showroom and they were unloading a car under a cover, but they had the front quarter showing that the front disc rotors are basically the size of the front tyres. So, of course, Genesis, one of the offshoots, or the luxury offshoot of Hyundai. We've had a couple of Genesis actually out here doing some racing.
We have, haven't we? There's been a number over probably the last 12 months. Just been into race control, Stu, and being told that we have the required number of entries for the reaction time money here tonight, which is fantastic to see. So congratulations to all of our competitors out in the staging lanes and out in the pits. Thank you for your patronage. Of course, we will be awarding a little bit of a prize to our top 3 reaction times for the night.
Yep. Yeah, so after the bikes, guys, I'll jump in next door to race control and I'll find out who has won tonight's Aeroflow race for real with the jackpot. Sorry, not jackpot, the reaction time, of course. $300 for first, $200 for second, and $100 for third. So, you got Casper down here in the rocket lane on board his Hayabusa. 1.79 in the 60. Nice and straight down the rocket lane. This thing is on a mission. This might be another, 985. I was going to say 990, but a 985 at 146 miles per hour. DJ Prowse is asking, hey Ben, when will we see you race your bike one night? That's actually a really good question. I'll tell you what, you'll certainly hear it if it does come out. Well, I reckon conditions out there have cooled down fairly significantly because a lot of these cars and bikes, speed-wise, are starting to get quicker and quicker. So I think conditions out there at the moment, I wouldn't say they're perfect, but they're a lot better than they were.
I also think that the riders probably now have a few laps under their belt, and the confidence has come up for the evening.
All right, Brett Copping out there in the Aeroflow lane on board the Suzuki GT750. The Widowmaker, pair of red lights. Both of them want to have a hard crack at the lights there. 1.61 though and 60 for Brett. A 10.37, 127 there for the Widowmaker. Get that man on a pro stock motorcycle, somebody. I know I've been saying it for years. Somebody get that man on a proper race bike. That guy's got so much talent. Brett Copping, remember that name, ladies and gentlemen, because that guy has got a huge future ahead of him in motorcycle drag racing. All right, guys, that's our last bike. I'm just going to duck next door and get the winners of tonight's reaction times. Back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit
We won't be
your
long,
power
we'll be
goals
back
from
with you
200
shortly.
Up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannon's on 134646.
And we have the blue Capri against the green V-Dub here.
Great stuff there. The Pac-Man just filling in on the mic while we just sort this issue out that we had in race control just to get the winners of tonight's reaction time prize contest. Great work there, Paco. All right, Mr. Capri down on track now in the rocket lane. And he's taking on this very quick 10-second Golf, which is coming out of the Parker Tech stable. 1.87 to a 191. Oh, good side-by-side race. 11.48 for the win for Mr. Capri. And an 11.14 there for the Golf. As you've got the Audi coming out right now. And taking on this Skyline, which is on a much better pass this run, 1.95 in the 60. It came on hard top end in his last pass, and this one he goes really well. 11.25 at 131. Well, I hope everybody up in the crowd is having a great time so far. I've still got plenty more racing to come. We've still got the burnouts to come as well. I know all the burnout drivers are probably at their cars at the moment, maybe just tinkering with them just to make sure they're all ready to go. All right, well, the WRX in the Aeroflow lane got off the line really well. 1.8 in the 60. 1280. This car is super consistent. All right, the pair of Fords down the line now. Oh, the older model Ford Ute gets off the line. Not as big a burnout this time, and it's rewarded him with a 1.96 in the 60, and the big Falcon is going to drive around him at about three-quarter track and goes 12.68 to a 14.4. As we've got the Mazda M6 MPS coming out now against this beautiful looking little Toyota Corolla. Just got to wait for these cars to make their way around the deep end before we send these other two cars into stage. Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Jeff. Oh, who's watching on the live stream? Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. Nice strong burnout there from the P-plater in the Falcon. Better to see them do it here at Sydney Dragway on our racetrack rather than do it on the street. That's it. He's not going to lose his car, not going to lose his license, potentially lose his life. He's taking on this Magna, which has actually surprised me because I didn't think it would go as quick as it is, but it's doing a great job tonight. Falcon running on through with the 1585 there for the Mitsubishi. As we've got another pair of BA or BF Falcons down on track. Great to see a first timer down here in the Silver Falcon with the P-plate. Well, he's seen his mate. I presume it's his mate. Just did a big burnout. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to have a crack myself. Well, not much between the two Falcons to half track. They're pretty neck and neck at the finishing line as well. 1593 to a 1590. The margin of winning was 5 thousandths of a second to the winner of that race. As we got the Evo 9 coming out now. I love the number plate. Evo 9, yo. That is cool. I dig that. Oh, the Golf. Just winding up the boost. That unmistakable cackle goes 2.00 to the 60. The Evo doing the chasing. And a 12.94 there for the Golf. The Evo 9 running on through with a 14.48. G'day, Corey. Corey Hunter from Gem Racing. Welcome to the live stream, Corey. All right, the little Hilux 1-tonner. Little Hilux Ute, which is running high 16s. Well, 13.30 there, and a 16.68 at 81. That's a much better pass there from the Ute. It's definitely one of his quickest passes for the night. As we got the BF, or BA Falcon out there now in the rocket lane. He's taking on this beautiful looking XA or XB Falcon. Well, if you're going to wind it up in a burnout, you may as well put your hands together, Sydney. That's a nice clean car, but, you know, he's decided to rip the burnout as we welcome... Oh, you're not going to jump on? Okay. Gregory Howell, who's tuning in from Melbourne. G'day, Gregory. Welcome to all the action from here in Sydney at Aeroflow Race for Real. The Falcon goes 4.34 in the 60. Did the big burnout and just, you know what? I'm just out there having fun. The P-plater. And the BABF to the rocket lane goes to 16.46 as we got the Sylvia about to come out now, and he's taking on the My 23 model WRX. Automatic gearbox in this car as well. Corey Hunter says he's bringing my race coupe up for Jamboree. Is that a white gem I see under the tower there? Yeah, well, we had a white Gemini that's racing tonight. So I suppose the white Gemini, yeah, just down the bottom there, Corey. Certainly is.
And the WRX is out in front, running a 14.741 at 97.86.
And the Sylvia running a 14.27 at 107 as we got the Mark 7 GTI up against this awesome little Jemmy. Venetian blinds. Corey Hunter goes, it's bad I can spot them from a mile away.
Definitely the Jemmy looks like it's on a mission here.
Oh, I love this little Jemmy. Welcome Jeff Paco Patterson up here into commentary. While Steve's just sorting out the reaction time winners. The little Jemmy taking on this Mark 7 GTI Golf.
Yeah, I think the Jemmy might have him, mate.
Well, certainly has got him in the 60 foot. There was a better reaction time though from the Mark 7 GTI. Although the Jemmy is keeping him honest as they head towards the finishing line, and a 13.08, the Jemmy got it.
13.08
well picked,
on the Jemmy,
Paco.
mate.
All right, we've got this VL Commodore that's coming out now with a little bit of sponsorship for Naughty Boys Clothing Company. He's taking on the Falcon with the P-plate.
Definitely a nice burnout there.
Yeah, getting some heat into those rear tyres. Not sure if he's running a Sportsman tyre or just a standard road tyre, but it's got some decent rubber on the rear end. Let's see what he can do, whether he can get a
Just
PB.
got to spool it up a bit. Bit of spin on the line. I think he might catch him though.
I reckon he will. He might catch him, although the reaction time might say different. No, he gets there, 11.21. All right, the two Silver Falcons. And don't know what's going on there. The wind light is still going on in the Aeroflow lane. And the Falcon down there in Rocket Lane runs on through with the 15.12. As we've got another tough Nissan-powered VL down here in the Aeroflow lane, taking on this very quick. I'm going to go on a limb and say it might 98 or 99 spec WRX. Or as most people say, the Possum Born look. Because Possum Born well known for that model of WRX. The VL off the line, 1.55. Drives around him a half track, Paco.
Yeah, definitely got him on that one, Stu.
968 at 144. Great speed there from the VL.
Now we have another Commodore up against the Skyline.
That's the XE Falcon down there. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, great huge burnout there. High RPM out of that car. I'm there going out to limb, so it's got the Barra straight 6 in it. Only because it's a Ford. I could be wrong. It is drag racing. Anything can happen. But he's taking on the R35 GTR.
Yeah, the R35 is way out in front, Stu. He's got not going to catch him here. Might get a better time than him, but that's it.
Well, he might. He's spooling it up. 1.65 this time. Yeah, 11.40 there for the R35. Bit of smoke coming out of that car towards the finishing line.
Definitely a 9.95.
Yeah, great run there from both those cars. All right, the Volkswagen Combi looks like it has come straight from Byron Bay.
Gotta love the old combis, Stu.
Oh, I love them, Paco. Taking on the Val.
Definitely two old school cars here.
Yeah. Oh, good. Because there's been a number of quick Volkswagens that have been in the country over the years. Not a lot of them.
I'll leave you now, Stu. The other commentator's back, mate.
Okay then, Paco. Big, huge thank you to Jeff Paco Patterson, who's been jumping in, giving us all a hand, while Steve's been organising a reaction time contest. We welcome the Bushman back onto the mic. So if you're out in the pits, guys, keep your ears out because your name might be called and you might be the winner or the 3 winners for the reaction time contest this evening. How are you, Steve?
I'm well, thanks, Stu. Sorry for the delay. I was
That's
just
right,
double checking a few things. Well done to Paco.
Yeah,
he's come up here a few times when I've been on the mic, and you know, with nothing, no mic on, he'll pretend to commentate. I keep pushing him to say, "Give it a crack." And for those of you who know that Paco, he's a man of many talents.
He is. He is.
And we might have just added another one to the bow. It'll be Paco's Dragway soon.
He's done well. He actually did well.
That's a good old review. I'll watch the live stream when I get home and come back with some constructive feedback for him.
No, he did well.
I do have some good news for 3 lucky people down in our staging lanes, or hopefully on the premises still. I have the results of our reaction time challenge here tonight, and our 3rd place goes to Harley Rafalo in the Golden Holden, the FE Holden. Did an 028 reaction time earlier tonight. Our 2nd place winner with a 006 went to Don Baird.
Oh, well done, Don.
In the Commodore that he's driving. And our winner tonight is with a 002, so only 4 thousandths better, was Brett Copping on the 2-stroke Kawasaki. So if you're either of those or any of those 3 races that I just read out, meet Stewie down at the bottom of the tower, and he'll give you your prize, which is fantastic. Thank you very much to Aeroflow for their support of Aeroflow Race for Real, and of course also thank you to all of our competitors that have come along here tonight and made that possible, because obviously the prize only happens when we reach 100 entries. So we've done a little bit better than that tonight, so that's fantastic. So if we could have Harley Ruffalo, Dom Baird and Brett Copping to the bottom of the tower at the entry into the tower. Stewie will meet you there with your prize. We'll be back with you. And just make sure you've got your competitor armband as well, please. Another strong burnout from our Maloo Ute down in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Don Baird in the Rocket lane right now. So Stewie will have to probably wait just a little bit longer for Don to come back to the tower, unless he's caught him as he is heading under the tunnel. 170 to the 60 for the Ute. Around the sedan at around 1,000 foot, and runs on through for an 11.06 at 125 to a 13.2 at 106. Rocket lane reaction time, not too bad for a Pro Tree there. In a streetcar, 3:00 the reaction time. 11:45, 118 miles an hour to a 13.89 with a 9 at only 95. Pretty even off the lights this time around for both cars, but I think the Aeroflow lane definitely with the performance advantage here. And we'll run on through first with a 13.08, 117 miles an hour through the finish line to a 14.26 with a 6 at 102. Another Another strong burnout from the Falcon in the rocket lane. Falcon chasing him down. He probably should get there in the rocket lane. Around at 1,000 and 11.05, 123 to a 14.4 at 94 mile an hour for the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. Pair of Holdens on the start line now. See how they go with the Pro Tree. And again, the VL away, moving round to the left for the VL, but it is out in front at the moment and will take the win. 12.73 with a 113 mile an hour to 13.69 at 105 for the utility in the rocket lane. Big burnout from the station wagon down there in the Aeroflow lane. .176 to the 60. And runs on through for 10.62, 132 miles an hour through the finish line. And the Sylvia 15.53 with an 8.94 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, we'll see the Evo Lancer take on Joe Sabello in the Commodore. Joe with an 099 light on the Pro Tree. Runs on through for an 11.40 and a 10.86 with a 3 at only 104 for the Lancer. He was doing 114 at half track there. Next up, the Chrysler Centura in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on the Mitsubishi Lancer in the Rocket. The Lancer way over at the center line at the finish. A little bit of smoke out of it too, but an 8.97 with an 167 miles an hour through the finish line to a 9.41 in the Centura. All right, moving into our bike competitors now. Let's see how they go with the Pro Treat. Prizes have been delivered to all of our winners here tonight. Congratulations once again. .005 red for our rider in the rocket lane. Went for the reaction time there, but just pulling up a little bit too short. Our next pair of bikes up to the start line. And the better of the two is in the Aeroflow lane. Issues in the rocket, but the Aeroflow lane runs through for 10.69 with an 144 miles an hour. Welcome back to the mic, Stewie.
Thank you very much, Steve. Congratulations to all our racers that won the reaction time. Also, I just want to say a big thank you to some certain people that are up in the crowd. I saw you guys on Wednesday night. I saw some
last week.
I saw some of you here Thursday night for Tyre Thrashing Thursday. You backed up again tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real. And I'll tell you what, I will say one thing, and it's a great feeling when you're just going out to hand money to a racer and you've got kids and people waving at you from up in the crowd.
Yes.
They're coming down just to get a high five and
to say good day and
say good day.
Appreciate that what we're doing. We certainly
exactly
appreciate your
Yeah.
loyal patronage as well. It's fantastic to have everybody here at the racetrack.
Yeah, no, so huge.
It's not always about the races. Of course, we need the races to provide the entertainment.
That's right.
Stewie and I can only get so far with that, but certainly the crowd does provide the atmosphere as well.
Oh, absolutely they do. And I can tell you, Steve, that there's a bunch of kids right in the centre of Burnout Central, and the first thing they said to me and goes, "Stu, when are the skids coming?" Well, the skids are coming, guys, and they've already got their limiter fingers ready to go too. I gave them a quick test.
Are they ever not ready to go?
Oh, I don't know.
I think a limiter fingers.
Sometimes they
ready to go
are
at the drop of a hat.
Slow, Steve. Some of them take a little while to warm up.
Yeah, that's when the rods. That's when the rods come because the limiter's a bit slow.
Well, I can see that we do have Bankrupt sitting patiently in the staging lanes, and we've also got Chubba, which is just quietly sitting out the back as well. So I don't know how many more Burnout cars we've got. I was under the impression that we had a full flotilla tonight, but I'm not sure. I haven't been given confirmation. All right, Brett Copping out now in the Aeroflow lane on board the Widowmaker. the winner of tonight's reaction time with a .002. Well, a bit slow on the reaction time this time from Brett, but 1.62 in the 60 from him. And runs on through with a 10.38 with a 1 at a 1.27. I'll tell you what, it's an absolute credit to the owner of that bike. And as I said earlier, if there's anyone in the country, particularly here in New South Wales, that has a race bike and they're looking for a rider, guys, you need to get Brett Copping on a bike. I've been saying it for years. You need to get him on a bike. That guy is one of the best young and up-and-coming motorcycle riders I've seen for a very, very long time.
I have some good news for our Burnout fans.
Yep.
We have 6 cars, and one of those is going to do 2. So 7 skids.
Oh, fantastic.
So 7 skids. We've got 2 of our Burnout cars in the staging lanes ready to go. I dare say the others will be ushered on out there very, very soon.
Just remember, guys, there is a speed limit on the return road when you come up over the Burnout pad. All right, guys, it is for safety. Not only for your own safety, but everybody else as well. Well, 11.34 down there to an 11.09. As we've got the 98 model WRX down here in the Aeroflow lane, about to take on one of our Falcon drivers. I've got a BF out there, about to take on the Mazda 6 MPS. All right, we've got the little white Gemini out against the Evo 9, yo. Little Jemmy has gone to 13.08 at 113 as his best pass on the Pro Tree.
Yeah, the Pro Tree, but I think he went into the 11s earlier.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
12.84, 113 for the Jemmy.
Okay, well, it might have been 11, but anyway,
Hey,
still not stock.
Still, no, and still very, very good quality pass as well.
Sub 13-second 4-cylinder. There's nothing to be sneezed at. Just Sylvia doing the Burnout in the Rocket Lane, taking on the Golf in the Aeroflow.
Yeah, the Mark 7 GTI. All right, Brian coming out now in the Commodore. He just asked me on the way back, did they need an extra entrant for the Burnouts? And I said, well, I don't know, but what a solid skid. Of course, one of the Area 51 custom performance customer cars. Great Burnout too on the other side.
He's been doing big burnouts all night. There won't be much tyre left on the back of that car. And I think the Ute in the other lane, he's been doing pretty decent ones as well.
All right, guys, I'm going to make my way downstairs onto the deck and get ready for the burnout. We're back. I will be back on the mic very soon. I'll leave you in the Bushman and Paco if he wants to jump on the mic.
Barra Commodores in the burnouts here. Brian just went to 13.9, I think it was.
Looks like we have the last couple of cars coming up now before the burnouts. Got the Ford against the WRX in a burnout box.
Tell you what, not a bad race just unfolded there. It was only 0.14 of a second between those two cars across the finish line.
There's not much in that one.
It was Sebby Joe and Dom Baird. This Rexy's been running pretty quick all night. In the low 12-second zone. Looks like the Falcon just rolled through the beam.
It's obviously called that one. Looks like we had the Audi on a single on the last pass here.
Will the Subaru get there at the other end?
I think he's going to get him there.
Yep. Just at the finish line.
Pipped him at the post.
Yeah, runs into the 11s. 11.81 with a 6 there. 121 miles an hour. Pretty strong.
Pretty strong there. Burnout cars are starting to roll out.
Yeah, look at our crowd here. They're pretty well trained. They know that they need to be back behind that that coloured row of seating in the grandstand.
The Audi's left hard there.
Yeah, sub 2 seconds to the 60.
I think he might do a 10.5 or 12.5.
12.5. That's all right.
Close.
110 mile an hour. All right, so as I said earlier, we've got 6 burnout cars, and one of those is a double entry. So we're going to have 7 burnouts. Yeah, I've just been told we actually have 5 cars, and 2 of those are doing double duties.
And if you look in the centre of the track here, we've got our meeting director, Matty Welch, walking out the front there. He's the boss of this arena.
That's not very boss appropriate, was it?
Thank you, Matthew. That's better.
Of course, we're about to get into our burnouts here tonight, and I know that our crowd love the burnouts. There's a very strong following for our burnouts and our burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway. And of course, what a fantastic facility to do the burnouts in. No risk of being told off by the police, etc. And
where else would you want to do burnouts?
100%. You do it in front of a crowd. They all cheer you on.
Exactly.
You get put on our live stream.
We're getting our fires in place, the ambulance in place, and then once everyone's in place, we'll get going.
All of our necessary safety is right there in case things do go amiss.
It's the safest place to do burnouts.
It's the safest place to do anything, to race as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've got very highly trained staff and medical people on hand. And of course, Sydney Dragway, always something going on here at Sydney Dragway. We've got on the 9th, I think it was Day of the Drags. We've got Aeroflow race for real, of course, next Wednesday night. Then Day of the Drags on that Saturday on the 9th. And then the 10th is the Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions, of course, much like tonight, where we have racing from...
All right, Sydney Dragway, we're about to get into the burnouts. Thank you. Thank you, mate. Huge big thank you to Bryce in Bankrupt. Give me a lift to the staging lanes. Well, down here near the burnout pad anyway. As I said earlier, it is great to see a bunch of people that have backed up from from Tyre Thrashing Thursday to make it out for the burnouts tonight. Sydney, ready for burnouts?
How many fires we having tonight, Stu? Not a bad burnout there from the Commodore Ute there. Using all the pad.
Oh, a little bit of flash of flame underneath the bottom of the Commodore. 5 seconds. Can he get one tyre off? Well, he tried. He's got to put another set of tyres on and see if he can bring the car back out. Next up, we've got another one of our double-entered cars. We got Honda Slide coming out now.
Yeah, definitely a good burnout from that one, Stu. Use the whole pad, driving skills. There goes one
great
tyre,
stuff there
Stu.
from On the Sly. 2 tyres off in under 3 minutes.
Definitely a good burnout there on that one, Stu. Using the whole pad. Both tyres popped. Continuous smoke. It's what we love to see.
Sydney Dragway, put your hands together for On the Sly. He'll be back out for a second skid. There we go, guys. Yeah, probably why I stay so thin. Exactly. Well, guys, we just looks like the kettle has boiled. We got a bit of a flame coming out from underneath the Falcon. Sydney, what do you reckon about that skid? Yeah, we know that, Shane.
Good skid there, Stu.
Mate, it was. It's actually good to be up here in the stand with V6 royalty up here. Of course, the Mang Bang, Shane's here. But I'll tell you what, guys, get those phones out. Get yourselves pumped because I've just On my ride into the pad with Bryce in Bankrupt, he just told me, he goes, Stu, I'm going full send. He's not mucking around. He's going to go and send it. So get ready, guys. He's pumped. I know that Shane behind him in Chubba is ready to go. It's been a little while since we've seen that car here at Sydney Dragway, but we look forward to seeing more of these guys. And don't forget, guys, Good Friday Burnouts coming up as well on the 29th of March. It's a huge day here at Sydney.
So he's going full send, Stu. We need a triple tip in then.
Mate, he's going full send. Full send.
We need a triple tip in.
He might do it. He's pretty pumped. All right, just got to wait for this Falcon to get towed off. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Falcon driver, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Lunar fingers in the air. Let's get those fingers up. Let's get fired up because it is time for Bankrupt.
Come on, Bankrupt. Triple tip in, bro. Definitely is good skid we have here. He's on the limiter, has not got off the pedal. When you can't see the car through the smoke, something's good happening.
I thought it was only meant to be a test.
That was a good skid there, Stu. Tyres left
Sydney,
upright.
put your hands together for Bryce Lucas.
The tyres left upright on the pad
Sydney,
there.
You've waited for it. How many Chubba fans have we got?
Got the captain, Kyle
Let's
Pearson,
get the
getting the tyre off the track.
Chubba. Well, Sydney Dragway, you wanted it, you got it. Put your hands together for Jabba.
Yeah, definitely nothing left on them tyres, Stu.
That was awesome. Both cars putting on a great skid. We got our last two Burnout cars that are coming back out for their last skids on the Sly, and that white ute coming back out as well. Was a little bit of a test session there for Bryce in Bankrupt. They are taking that car to another event. Hopefully there's been no damage to the motor. Shane has spent a lot of time putting this and money putting this engine back together. Both cars running E85 through their fuel systems. I didn't touch the car, I promise. I did not touch it, all right? All right, guys, on the side, coming back out for its second skid. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 tyres off on the Sly. Sydney, put your hands together for On the Sly. All right, our last skid for the night. All right, 25 seconds to go. Can he get a tyre off? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was VS Killer's second skid as the kettle boils. Just could not get a tyre off in about 3 minutes, but he's out there having a lot of fun. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. My name's Stuart White. Huge thank you to Stephen Borsch, Paco up there as well, of course, Benji in our production suite, and to everybody that turned up tonight and supported off-street drag racing. And our officials as well, that do a fantastic job.